No. It's not for both fights. It's for one night. It's fair. But it's and no repeats after.
I did hear that. That's good.
Crap.
Okay, guys, lock in. No, it's not. It's for one night. No, I know. That's what I said.
No, I was just looking at that fight.
All right.
Kenny? Well, Xiao, right here. First of all, welcome to Vegas and everything. So I guess it's not every day you get matched up with a former champion like Cody Garbrandt, and not just a former champion, but he might be one of the more popular fighters in this division, regardless of ranking. So when a name like Cody came across your desk, I guess what was your first thought?
就是非常欢迎你来到拉斯维加斯。然后对于你接到这个比赛，对于你要对上前冠军科迪，他也是这个量级里面其中一个很有名的选手。你对此你有什么看法？
接到这个比赛之后，我很兴奋，立马出去冲刺了几个。
After I received the fight, and then I feel so exciting, and then I just go out to sprint for a couple rounds.
Were you surprised when it was his name? Because I think a lot of people like to matchmake Cody with maybe other former champions, but I don't think a lot of people thought of your name. So were you surprised when you got Cody's name? Was he surprised that they offered him Cody?
就是因为你的对手科迪以前打的都是一些前冠军或是准冠军的一些选手，可能你的名字没有那么的，就是有名在这边。那你对于你有什么感觉？就是他们配上了你，跟他打。
我觉得，这是 UFC 对我的认可，然后能配上前冠军，我感到也。 就是很感谢，然后这么好的配对，然后我会全力以赴，干就完了。
I think it will be a really good matchup for me with my opponent, and then I think that's UFC give me a big trust to me.
Does this feel bigger? Because like I said, Cody has a lot of fans. So does this fight feel bigger than anything else you've experienced?
因为你的对手他有很多的粉丝，然后他的流量也很大，你会感觉就是这场比赛会比以前的比赛会更浓重，会更加大吗？
对，对于我来说，这场比赛就是因为对手是前冠军嘛，我就说在这个量级在前15的人都。 好像都有很多人都没打过前15，但是UFC 安排我打上了，也是 UFC 对我的认可啊，我也很兴奋，我不会错过这次机会。
I won't miss this chance, and I know, of course, I know he's really popular and really famous in this division, but I won't miss this chance, and then I will let everybody know me.
How have the American fans treated you fighting here in America against an American fighter? How have the fans treated him, considering he's fighting in America against an American fighter? Like, how have the fans treated?
就是你的粉丝对于你去美国，然后对上一个美国的选手，他们有没有什么特别的看法？
其实也没有特别的看法，粉丝都叫我干就完了，因为我这也是我的风格嘛，所以才能配上这么好的对手。
My fans didn't say much because they know my style. Just fucking go inside the octagon. So I will just follow what they say. Just when I get into the octagon, just fucking go.
last question for me. Cody likes to come out very aggressive, like especially earlier in the fight. So I guess what are you expecting from him? Because like I said, he has a lot of power, but he has also been known to get hit quite often in his fights.
就是你的对手他在前期这比赛的前期，特别是第一回合是非常的压迫性、进攻性非常强的，而且也非常的强势。你会怎么去应对？你感觉你会就是对，你会怎么去应对？
我觉得做好我自己就行。其他的比赛场上就也不一定能发生什么，反正我就做好我自己。
I just do my things and do my best inside the octagon, because no one know what happened inside the octagon.
Right here. Xiao, you came to the UFC through Road to UFC, the tournament. Coming from Asia, can you talk about how important is that tournament and that opportunity in terms of growing the talent back in Asia?
就是因为你是从精英之路里面再进入到 UFC 的，就是你可以讲一下你对于这个 UFC 精英之路这个经验，对于你怎么样进入到 UFC 里面，就是给你的经验或是给你的一些帮助。
我觉得 UFC 对我的经验也铺垫吧，是一个铺垫，因为前期3场打的都是摔柔系的，然后但是摔柔系的，然后我就专门加强了自己的防摔啊这些各方面的技能，然后对我来说是一个铺垫。
Road to UFC tournament for me is a big setup. Like, it's a really good setup for me to get into UFC, because they put me, all the opponents are grapplers, and that make me improve my grappling. So when I get into UFC, I think it will be good for me.
Thank you.
Hey, hello. With 37 fights at only 27 years old, you actually the most experienced guy inside the cage, if you compare to Cody Garbrandt. What's your thought about that? Do you feel that your experience will be like a big point and a big turning point in this fight?
你今年27岁，但是你拥有37场的比赛经验，就是你的比赛经验绝对是比你的对手科迪是要高的。你感觉这个是一个好事吗？就是你，或者是你有没有这个，你对于这个有什么看法？就是你的比赛经验。
其实这个来说，因为其实我很多战绩他都给我算错了，就是有些比赛我没打，然后但是我都不知道我跟谁打的，然后我是输的。然后还有就是，很多比赛都不是算，按理来说不应该算到职业赛去的，就是都是那种打3分钟啊，或者是地面都没有的那种，就是不是正常的 MMA 的，很多有最少有差不多得有7、8场。
然后再多说。
但是我觉得其他的比赛的话，对我来说经验也是，也是包括就是最近这2年打的比赛的经验会更丰富吧，因为说了 Road to UFC 是我的铺垫嘛。
肖龙你好，我是这次咪咕的特派记者，我想问你，哦 ，sorry, go ahead.
I think there's some mistake inside of my fight record, and then there's some fight they're not a big professional fight, but they still kind of in, but it's still a professional experience for me. And of course, and last 2 years when I get to the Road to UFC and I fight with the grappler, and also a really good experience for me. So I think even not a really big professional record, but it still is good for me experience.
肖龙你好，我是这次咪咕的特派记者 Nicole。首先我想恭喜你能顺利的在这里参加比赛，因为我之前听说你的签证办得不太顺利，所以我想问一下，这件事情对你的心态会有什么影响吗？
我觉得确实签证的问题，有一点困扰吧。但是我觉得人生没有一帆风顺的，这样才会使我更加有动力吧。还有就是因为，因为我们中国是新年嘛，然后我还在备战，我大年初一还在上体能拉鲨鱼坦克，然后拉完鲨鱼坦克晚上就吃了几个饺子啊，休息。反正就是这些东西，哎呀，我觉得也不用刻意的说什么，反正，因为我是这个职业嘛，有困难就克服，然后，一切顺利。
谢谢你的回答，也在这里祝贺你新年快乐，然后加油。
谢谢谢谢。
Donte right here in front. Obviously, you're not unaccustomed to fighting on these big stages now, but I guess now when you got the call to not only fight for the UFC, but like now you're on this big, massive card. So do you kind of feel like the UFC machine wants to get behind you this early into your career?
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It definitely seems that way. So I'm grateful. And first and foremost, thank God. Thank Jesus because He's making everything possible.
What do you think the promotion sees in you that they do want to get the train behind you? Because it's not often we see fighters so earlier in the career here at Media Day, but you have the honor, of being up there speaking to us.
I feel what they see in me is a perfect piece to the puzzle. Obviously, nothing's perfect, but the way I fight, maybe in the way that I just carry myself. They see the potential. So, yeah, I'm grateful. Do
you think it has something to do with that 100% finish rate, and they kind of, they want to kind of highlight that this early so fans can kind of get accustomed to your name early?
Of course, you know what the fans want. They want violence and they want finishes. So, and that's just naturally how I fight. Naturally, my mentality is get in there and get it over with. So, and that's not going to change.
When oftentimes when we see fighters have this 100% finish rate, that becomes the story of fight week. Every interview you do is going to be 100% finish, 100% finish. Do you feel the pressure to keep that up, or is that just this is what I want to do? It just happens to play out that way.
Absolutely not, nah, man. Because at the end of the day, it's just fighting. We're just fighting. We're just fighting in front of people. I've been fighting my whole life. I can't even count how many fights I've been into. So, no, I just kind of I keep it for what it is. Yeah, the cameras and the chauffeurs and stuff, but at the end of the day, bro, we're just fighting. So I'm not going to overcomplicate it if I don't need to.
What do you make of your new opponent in Cody? A bit of a weird couple of months for him. It seems like every fight he's in, something weird happens. So I guess when they came to you with that name, did it matter that it was that Cody, or were you just happy that you got to stay on this card?
No, I'm just happy that the fight, the fight was still on. So my manager, Jason House, he called me, and we actually laugh about it all the time because he'll hit me, and it's, I'll give him the answer in like 10 seconds. And most people are like, oh, let me talk to my coaches. I'll talk to my coaches after, we're going to take this fight because that's what we're here to do. So, as soon as he gave me that name, let's run it.
He obviously has a bit of a wrestling background that he likes to implement in there. Did you have to change anything in your approach to this fight, or is this you're one of those guys that focuses on themselves and not really the other guy?
Yeah, I focus on myself. I'm competing with myself, so it's not really every day I'm trying to get my hands better. Every day I'm trying to get my grappling better. Every day I'm trying to get my conditioning better to be the best. Really, the goal is to become the most deadliest weapon on the planet. So that's what I do daily.
Yeah. Did I see you train with Jeff Mayweather at the gym?
You did.
What was that like?
That was a blessing. That was a dream come true. I actually had a dream that I was in that gym. And so then when I actually walked in there and, got them rounds in, and afterwards, it was wow. It was wow. We're right here.
Was it everything you thought? Because it's one thing to see it through a screen. It's another thing to be in there and smell it and hear the buzzers and everything.
Oh, that's everything I thought. Yeah, it's that dungeon work. I ain't expect to go in and see, dudes walking around. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, it's that dungeon where you walked in, you smelled somebody just got done working.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that's going to be like a real ritzy gym, but that's about as grimy as it gets.
No, it's
in
dungeon.
A good way.
Yeah.
Hello. You're 7-0, all finishes. You fought in the Contender Series. Now in the UFC with a finish and with the performance of the night, you looks like the great companion for the UFC and with a bright future in the organization. What's your thought about that?
What would you say at the end?
At the end, what's your thought about being like the good companion for the company with a bright future?
Oh, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I wake up every morning and I get to do what I love. You know, I get to be around the people I love, like-minded individuals. You know, I'm very blessed. So it's going to work good for, you know, for me and for the UFC. You know, it's you know, this is business. And I understand that, and yeah, it's gonna be good. We're gonna have a good career. It's gonna be good.
Do you think 2026 will be like a good year for you? What's your view about like? Do you want to be like in the top 15? I don't know, at the end of the year or something like this.
Yeah, whatever God has planned for me. But I do know 2026 is gonna be the best year yet, though. I do know that.
Just a quick question on you're the first fight on the CBS portion of this card. You got 4 fights on CBS. I'm just kind of wondering your thoughts, more eyeballs on the sport when it's over-the-air television where anybody with an antenna can watch your fight. You don't have to pay for it. Just your thoughts on what that means with just an over-the-air network broadcasting your fight.
The more the merrier. The more the merrier. We all know all publicity is good publicity to some extent, but the more the merrier, because the messages that I have for the people, yeah, the more the merrier. The more God's for everybody. Jesus is for everybody. So that's what it is.
Donte, to piggyback on that one real quick, I noticed a lot of your captions on social media are quotes of scripture, and you just touched on it. For yourself, can you put into words, what does it mean to you to be a warrior of God?
Everything. Everything. Because it makes things simple. You know, it makes things simple when life or the devil, you know, tries to come through and confuse you or doubt or fear, you know. It's nice to know that, you know, God let me know what my purpose here on earth is, and not really like who I am, but like my duty here on earth, you know, which is to show the world, you know, and to be, you know, a warrior of God at heart and spirit, and to carry that diligently with integrity, and to please God ultimately.
Thank you.
Donte, your 7-0 record, right over here, your 7-0 record has been touched on already, a fantastic start to your professional career. With this matchup against Cody, are you expecting anything less than fireworks on Saturday?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's going to be fireworks. 4th of July is coming early. It's coming real early because I know he ain't coming. You know, I know he's coming. You know, he don't back down. I don't back down. So we're going to meet each other in the middle. So whoever break first, I guess.
Very nice. And also, just to add upon that, do you expect those types of fights every time out, given your record so far?
If for the stubborn ones, you know, which is good because I love it. But you know, I know I'm expect, you know, like what Mr. Dumas did. You know, he faked up top, grabbed my leg. People are gonna try to grab me. I get that, but you know, we're well-rounded. You know, this is what we do. So, yeah, we're ready for everything.
What does it mean to you to be here in the fight capital of the world and perform and put on a show? What is it? Any specific extra meaning to you?
I'm blessed. I do what I love. I'm traveling. You know, I've been places I have never been before. I'm hopping on planes. You know, it's wow. I wake up every day and I thank God and I say wow. And I think every morning, every day they say, you know, every day I cry. I cry tears of joy because I love my life and I can't believe where God has brought me. Every day.
What about fighting here in Vegas though?
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, you know, fighting is cool in Vegas in front of people. That's cool. Yeah, I love it. It's just fighting's so natural to me. So fighting, I'm just doing what I love. I love fighting. I love what it brings. I love the self-mastery. I love the respect, the honor. I love the love it brings. Fighting in general is just, it runs in my blood. Good. Thank you, guys.
Kenny. Real front right here. Other side. Right here. Right here. What's up, man? I feel like we've been talking and thinking about this fight between you and Rob Font for a while now because, you know, it was booked and then rebooked and everything. So now that you're only a few days away from finally getting to fight Rob Font, are you just kind of excited to kind of stop thinking about this guy and finally getting in there to fight him?
Yeah, I'm excited more than anything to be back in the cage, you know, and getting an opponent, top 15 opponent is what I've been looking for. I've been working so hard for this opportunity, so I'm ready to make the best out of it.
And what are you expecting from Rob in there? Because, you know, his last few fights maybe not as indicative as, you know, the skill level that he brings. So when you finally step in there, what version of Rob Font do you see?
I expect him to come hard, you know. Pause. But I expect him to come with everything, you know, because he's trying to prove something, you know. I'm trying to prove that I'm ready, that it's my time, I belong here, and I know he's trying to prove that he's still here despite his age, you know. So we're both saying despite our age, so we're going to see what time it is, and I believe it's my time.
Are you a guy that watches tape on your opponent, or do you just not really care about it?
Oh, no, I watch a lot of tape, you know, and he's been in their main events, he's been through wars, so that's what excites me about this fight, because since I got into this company, I've been looking for fights like that to test myself, so nothing more than to get started with Rob Font, because after this, I know it's going to come only tough fights from here, so I'm ready to get started.
Well, I was going to touch upon that, but since you brought it up, you know, the guys that he loses to are champions, former champions from multiple weight classes, some of the best fighters, top 2, top 3, so is that what excited you about Rob? Not just the name, but, you know, the guys that have beat him have, you know, typically gone on to fight for the belt.
Yeah, like fighting somebody experienced like that, that's been through it, and I'll see where my level is. You know, I know it's a test for myself, and I'm ready to pass it with flying colors. And I'm excited because these guys weren't able to get Rob Font out of there, so I'm excited to go in there and try to figure it out and try to get him out of there.
What, if anything, did you kind of pull from his last fight against David Martinez?
I just think Martinez was too fast, you know. But I just knew off the get-go, like when they got matched up, that David Martinez, because of his style, he was going to be too fast. And I feel like Rob Font just starts to get frustrated when things aren't going his way. And I just think that was the problem.
Were you hoping to fight on the Mexico City card, considering it was last week and, you know, you're fighting now the week later? Because I think a lot of people assumed they would want you in that market.
Honestly, I love fighting in Vegas. I love fighting in Mexico City, but this time I'm okay with Las Vegas. I think I want to get back to the USA fans. I want to be able to perform in both, you know, so maybe at the end of the year I get to go out there and perform in Mexico again. But being back in the USA is also great.
And outside of fighting, I guess, how's life been for you, your family, and your friends? Because I remember when you broke onto the scene, it was, I can buy my mom a minivan, and now you're kind of one of the more popular fighters on the entire roster. So how's life been for you and your inner circle outside of fighting?
It's been good. I mean, they keep me humble, and I'm excited because after this fight is a life-changing moment this Saturday. I can change my life and upgrade from like a minivan to like a Lamborghini Urus, you know, some shit like that. Get a house this time. The bonus increased, so there's a lot on the line this Saturday, and I know that. So I worked my ass off. I poured all my life into this sport for moments like this, and I'm just excited to go out there and get the job done.
And the last one for me. I know everyone saw that interview you did with Dominic Cruz, and you're like, I kind of want to retire by 25, which caught a lot of people off guard. Did anyone reach out to you and kind of talk you out of retiring, wanting to retire that early?
A lot of people have talked to me about it because I've said it since I've came into the company. But obviously, God has a plan for us, you know, so that's just me having a vision, but it could probably be potentially longer. We never know. But all I'm saying is once I get everything I want in this sport, I get the job done, I get my titles, then I'm out of the sport, you know. But so far, it's going good, exactly as planned. And if I get ranked, for example, this Saturday, then I'm a 21-year-old ranked, and I'm a few fights away from the title. So the 25-year age might be looking good for retirement.
So with a win, are you going to expect 5-round main events after this? Because usually that's what happens when you get a ranking next to your name, especially in this division.
Yeah, I'm ready to go for main events. But more than anything, I'm just focused on the title, enjoying the process, enjoying the journey. And whoever they put in front of me, I'll be ready. But right now, I'm ready for Rock Font, ready to show the best version of myself and get the job done.
Hey, Raul, back here. Straight up. Raul, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first fight in Las Vegas since turning 21. I mean, now you can have a big after party, you know, legally and everything. Are there any particularly special plans for after this fight?
I'm going to put everything on red.
And then, ironically, in the other direction, obviously you've been, you know, the poster guy for, you know, the next generation, these young up-and-comers in MMA. Now, a few years into it, what's it like for you to see, you know, now more and more young people, you know, teenagers getting into early adulthood, becoming pros, and just kind of also adding to that next generation of talent coming up?
It excites me, you know. I just think that the new generation is here, and that the sport is evolving. You see young people on all the sports now dominating, you know. So that's what excites me about specifically this fight too, is the new generation against the old generation. So we're gonna see who's got it, you know.
You know, final one, you see them promoting, you know, Joshua Van, Tatsura Taira, first title fight between two guys born in the 2000s. When you see, like, you know, the graphics like that, do you also see yourself like, hey, like, it is going to be our turn for a guy like me coming up soon?
Yeah, definitely. But I give all like props to Tatsuro and Joshua Van doing it at a young age, you know, and it excites me because, like I said, it's the new generation that's taking over the UFC. And you see new people getting signed that are my age. I think there's a couple people my age already in the UFC, 21. So I'm excited to keep opening the doors for the young people.
Thank you.
Raul over here. Raul, I had a question. You were talking about the new generation, and when we watched the last fight of Lonnie Kavanagh, for example, he fought also a former champ and a big guy, big name. What would you say is the biggest difference between the new generation and what's the switch you guys made? Why you go so hard like you go as a MMA fighters?
I just think maybe a little bit of training smarter, and we don't have a lot of miles in us yet, so we're hungry, you know. Like for example, Brandon Moreno's a beast, and maybe it just wasn't his night. But the problem I feel like they face now, facing somebody like us, is like we haven't had a taste of the title yet. You know, Brandon already had a taste of it. Leonard Kavanagh hadn't have a taste of it, and I feel like that's what makes us hungry and makes us fight even harder on that fight. And we know it's a bigger opportunity for us, you know. So I feel like that's the difference.
Thank you, Raul.
Raul, many believe that great opportunities of growth are born from loss. It's been nearly 2 years since the only loss in a very bright young career of yours. My question is, how would you say you've grown from that loss, and do you continue to learn lessons from that? Do you still grow from that moment in time?
Yeah, every time I still look back to this day and make sure I'm not repeating the same mistakes. If I ever do a mistake, I just want to double check that I'm not making the same mistake twice. But I think that loss was the best thing that could have happened in my career. You know, it humbled me, and it made me sure to not skip nothing in training. It made me sure to eat right. It made me like a real professional fighter, and realize that I'm in the UFC now, competing against the best in the world, and I had to change a lot of things, you know.
Fantastic. Also, I'm very curious, did you coin the term, did you invent the term Chiwiwi?
Yeah, I mean, it came from my homie, and then I just went on with it, you know. We were doing camp in Mexico City in a mountain with no service, and that's all he was saying, so it just got stuck to me. And after the fight with Ricky Turcios, It just came automatically. It wasn't nothing planned. I didn't plan it like, oh, I'm gonna say it after I win. It just came automatically.
Thank you.
Hey, Raul over here. You frequently post on social media doing skits and a lot of fun content. How important do you think it is to post on social media and have a presence on there being a fighter in the current age?
I think a lot. I think a lot of people now look at social media, so I just try to show off like my personality and just fun stuff for the people to enjoy. You know, I think I don't really like posting too much about fighting on my social media because obviously they know I'm a fighter, but I like showing like what we do and that I don't know, we're just normal people, you know.
Hello, Raul. If you win this weekend, you could enter the top 15, and you will be like the youngest fighter to enter the top 15. What's your thought about that?
Man, I'm grateful. You know, I thank God for putting me where He's put me today, and I really don't think about it. Like even when I became the youngest UFC fighter, it was not something I ever thought like, oh, I'm gonna become the youngest UFC fighter. I just have my ultimate goal to become the youngest UFC champion, but everything that's coming along the way, I'm grateful for it, and I just let it sink in.
You have a great reach advantage over your opponent. What's your like the way you will approach the fight?
Who has the reach advantage? Him, no? I think.
Yeah, you're taller, but he has like a tiny reach advantage over you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. You know, just my fight style. I fought Terrence Mitchell. He had a really long reach. So throughout these camps with different styles, I've learned how to deal with every single thing. And this time I was training at the MMA lab. A lot of good different styles, new up-and-comers, a lot of talent in the gym. So getting all different looks, a lot of good boxing. And I think I'm more than ready for this Saturday.
Just the last one. Are you growing like the maturity of yourself, like at the beginning when you enter the UFC, and now do you see like a big difference?
Yeah, I think in experience, how to carry myself, maturity, because obviously, like I said, the Christian Rodriguez was what really made me change a lot of things. Because if you think about it, I was 18-year-old making a good paycheck, you know, with a lot of fame, and I just felt on top of the world, you know.
Hi, Raul. I'm from Chinese media, Migu. We have a lot of young fans on Chinese social media, and they gave you a nickname. It's called 紧凑哥. And I want to ask if you could say something to the young generation in China. What would you say to them, to your fans?
To all my young generation in China, I would say just keep working hard, stay dedicated in whatever you want to do. As an experience from somebody that's been in this sport since I was 4 years old, there'll be times where you're going to get tired and you're going to be like, damn, I want to be a normal kid, you know? And just keep pushing, you know? Just sit down and think what you really want. Do you want to live the normal life as a kid, or you want to be great, you know? And I went through those times a couple times where I was like, man, sometimes I just want to be a normal teenager, you know, go to parties, you know, eat chips and stuff. But I was like, no, I want to be great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Testing, testing, testing.
Brunno, front, right here. It's not often, we see these rematches against guys that, especially coming off of that first knockout win that you had to get into the UFC. We don't always see rematches unless, it's a number one contender or a title down the line. So I guess, were you surprised that they came to you with Gregory Rodrigues?
Não é muito comum a gente ver essas oportunidades de revanche tão cedo. A gente vê o pessoal se encontrando mais lá para frente, às vezes até disputando um título. Você pegou ele logo ali no começo, já com um curto aviso, e agora você já está enfrentando ele de novo. Ficou surpreso com o nome?
Confesso que sim, foi uma surpresa para mim de imediato, mas logo em seguida aceitei tranquilamente pelo fato daquele momento que a luta veio eu não estar no ranking e ele estar na minha frente. Então me favorecia muito essa opção e aceitei. Pronto e preparado.
I was taken aback a little bit when it started, when we got the name, because I thought, well, obviously fighting him again, but not as much when I realized, listen, he's ahead of me, he's out there in the rankings, is someone that I'm going to have to face to leapfrog him in the rankings. So at that point, just take it in and be ready to go again.
Are you surprised that he's ranked above you, considering you're the one that knocked him out?
Você fica surpreso o fato de ele ainda estar em cima de você no ranking pelo fato de que você nocauteou ele?
Na verdade, ele foi favorecido, né? Da minha última luta, eu acabei não batendo peso e sofri com isso. Acabou que ele entrou no meu lugar, onde estava o Marvin. Então, isso foi a única surpresa, mas está tudo certo. Eu vim buscar o que é meu.
Yeah, well, he turns out he was favored by the fact that my last fight, I didn't make weight, so he ended up taking Marvin's spot. But that's okay now because I'm here to take what's mine.
Speaking of the weight miss in your last fight, I read an article saying you felt you got a little too big to try, before that fight. So I guess what have you done since then to maybe slim down?
Falando sobre essa história do peso na última luta, ele leu um artigo que você mencionou que talvez tenha ficado grande demais antes da luta. Qual foi o ajuste que você fez daquela perda de peso para essa?
Eu tinha uma forma de conduzir, né, a perda de peso e acabei errando com isso. Aprendi e, cara, com certeza estou na minha melhor forma. Voltei a fazer o básico bem feito. Estou aqui pronto e preparado e nem preciso sofrer para bater peso agora.
I had another approach and another way of doing things as far as the weight cut's concerned. I suffered. I've changed the way I do things, and now I changed the basics on it, and here I am, all prepared and ready to go.
So weight cut's been smooth this camp?
Então o corte está sendo tranquilo, suave dessa vez?
Na verdade, não está tendo corte. Hoje eu estou a 2 quilos para bater peso.
Actually, there's no weight cut. I'm actually like 4 pounds away already.
How do you think your power will translate when you enter the octagon, knowing you might be a little smaller?
E a força, como é que vai traduzir essa força, sendo que agora você está, digamos assim, menor antes na semana da luta?
Na verdade, a força continua. Eu sou o Hulk.
Power stays, man. I'm the Hulk.
And just last one for me, what do you make of what's going on in your division right now? Because obviously the champion hasn't fought since he got the title. Imavov wants the fight. Strickland wants the fight. GDP doesn't have a fight booked. Brendan Allen doesn't have a fight booked. So what do you make of this middleweight division right now?
O que você acha de toda essa confusão que está na divisão? Porque assim, tem um monte de gente que não tem luta, tem um monte de... tem gente que teve umas lutas marcadas esquisitas. O que você acha desse bolo que está ali em cima?
Cara, realmente é uma bagunça, né? A gente fica de olho ali, ansioso para que aconteça algo, alguma novidade, né? Enfim, porém, não sabe, né? Pode mudar a qualquer momento, pode ter um short notice a qualquer momento e quem estiver pronto vai ser favorecido.
Yeah, truly, like it's a mess. Like we don't know what to make out of it. It's like we don't know what's the next step. We always just kind of monitor the situation, and we just look at stuff and it's like, okay, what's next? You got to be ready. Maybe a short notice fight could come up. You got to be ready and ready to go.
Who do you think should fight for the belt next?
Quem você acha que deveria lutar pelo cinturão? Próxima luta.
Cara, na verdade, pensando dessa forma, o primeiro, né, quem está o número 1 do ranking deveria ser o próximo a ser desafiante.
Looking at that way, looking the first one in the rankings. If you're the first in the rankings, you should be the title contender.
What do you make of Paulo saying he wants to go to light heavyweight, win one more, and then come back down and fight Hamzat?
O que você acha de Paulo Costa falando, quero subir de categoria, aí vou lá, ganho uma luta e desço aqui para lutar com o Hamzat?
Ele não vai fazer isso, ele não é um cara que merece isso, na verdade. Então, assim, essa oportunidade ele pode esquecer que a categoria vai acontecer sem ele.
Listen, he is not going to do it. He doesn't deserve to do it. He can forget it because, you know, the division will move on without him. The division will happen, that's what he said, without him.
Brunno, you were posting a video landing the flying knee on social media. Was that just for socials, or do you feel like you see something in his game that would allow you to land that?
Redes sociais, você colocou aquela joelhada voadora, você indo para cima. É uma coisa que você colocou só por uma questão de redes sociais, ou você colocou porque existe uma oportunidade de a gente ver isso?
Cara, eu sou um cara que veio para chocar, assim como eu fiz a primeira vez na minha chegada ao UFC. Eu tenho a cotovelada giratória e quem sabe eu tenho uma carta nova no jogo.
Listen, I'm a dude that likes to shock people, like I did it, you know, my debut in the UFC. So I got that spinning elbow, and also maybe I have a new card on my deck.
Your last fight was your first one to go the distance. You obviously trained very hard, but is there a certain confidence and peace of mind knowing that you can go all 3 rounds in competition?
A tua última luta foi a primeira que você foi para decisão. Claro que é uma coisa diferente para você, mas ao mesmo tempo tem a frustração de você não finalizar a luta também. Tem o fato de que você agora coloca na tua cabeça, pô, eu posso lutar os 3 rounds, posso ir para uma decisão, posso fazer a guerra completa?
Com certeza, isso é algo que essa constante evolução que eu venho tendo nos combates, isso mostra a cada luta que eu entro, ou é finalização, ou é nocaute, e agora também eu estou preparado para fazer 3 rounds, então eu sou atleta completo.
For sure, that shows the evolution and development, and that the constant evolution that I've always had, and it displays because now you know I can finish you. You know there could be a knockout, I can submit you, and also I can go to distance, showing that I'm a complete athlete.
Last one, I asked this a little bit more for your reaction. What do you think of the belief that too many big muscles messes with your cardio as a fighter?
Isso é a última pergunta para fazer para você, queria ver a tua reação em relação a isso. O que você acha daquela coisa que tem na cabeça das pessoas que muito músculo tira teu cardio?
Cara, isso é uma verdade, né? Na verdade, não que seja correto, mas ela dificulta um pouco, né, a recuperação muscular entre os rounds. Então, acredito que um cara muito musculoso, ele sofra com essa recuperação. Nós temos apenas 1 minuto entre um round e outro. Mas, por isso, o coração tem que estar em dia.
That's truth, actually. That's correct. I mean, in so to speak, because, you know, a lot of muscle actually it makes it difficult to recover from round to round. It's a lot. We only have a minute to recover, so that can actually hamper the opportunity for you to recover properly from round to round, and that's why your heart needs to be on point for the fights.
Thank you.
Right?
Testing.
Well, Charles, you have been a champion in this sport before, but the BMF title is something unique. When you look at it and compare it to the belts you've won in the past, what do you think of the BMF belt and how does it rank against the undisputed title?
Charles, você já foi campeão da categoria, já foi campeão nesse esporte, mas o BMF é uma coisa única. Como é que você olha para o BMF, o cinturão, o de ser campeão BMF nesse esporte em comparação aos outros?
Com certeza, mais um grande cinturão, mais uma grande oportunidade de levar esse cinturão para o Brasil. Nenhum outro brasileiro conseguiu isso, então com certeza vai ser mais um grande recorde para mim. Quando eu falo sobre legado, isso é importante.
For sure, this is a title. This is a belt, something that has never, the opportunity to take it down to Brazil, something that has never been done before by a Brazilian athlete. When I talk about legacy and getting things with the records and everything else, that's what I'm talking about.
When the belt was first introduced, sometimes people sort of spoke down on it, and now there's this idea that Max Holloway has turned this belt into something important. Do you agree that Max has turned this belt into something that fighters should want to take, or is it just, hey, a belt is a belt and I want to win them?
Quando começou o BMF, tinha aquele galhofa que o pessoal falava, o que é isso aí e tal. O Max, de repente, trouxe... muita gente acha que o Max trouxe para validar esse cinturão e dar um certo valor específico para ele. Você acha que o Max tornou esse cinturão uma coisa diferente, esse título uma coisa mais importante?
Cara, eu acho que cada um teve a sua importância. Quando começou, como foi, da forma que foi. Agora o Max vindo fazendo a história dele. Eu acho que cada um teve um ponto, uma chave para poder fazer cada vez mais valer esse cinturão.
I think each and every fighter that actually has held it has had its importance and giving it its importance. I think that they've had their ways and now Max has found a way to give it even more importance to a belt like that.
What do you think makes a fighter qualify as a BMF?
O que você acha que qualifica um lutador para ser o BMF?
Com certeza, toda a história dele, o que ele faz dentro do cage, quem ele é, os recordes, os bônus, as guerras, as lutas aqui dentro, com certeza tudo isso faz você cada vez mais ter a oportunidade de lutar pelo BMF.
Everything that's done inside the cages, the wars, the bonus, the records, and everything else, all those things and who they are as well qualify to fight for the BMF.
Am I right in saying this is the first time you've brought your entire family to a fight week?
Tô certo em dizer que é a primeira vez que você trouxe toda a família para uma semana de luta?
Sim, não. Essa é a primeira vez. Meus pais nunca chegaram, tiveram a oportunidade de estar aqui nos Estados Unidos. E pela primeira vez estão aqui nos Estados Unidos, numa grande luta, num algo importante. Com certeza no sábado a gente vai se coroar com isso.
For sure, that's the first time, but the entire family, my parents have never had the opportunity to come here to the United States. It's to be in a fight week. I just wanted to be here and for them to be here on Saturday to be crowned.
You are a man who takes a lot from the energy around you. We see how your team supports you during weight cuts and things like that. What exactly does it do to you to bring your family here?
Você é um cara que a gente sabe que tira muita energia, assim, extrai uma energia positiva de estar junto com as pessoas, com a equipe, com a família. O que significa para você ter esse lado extra de ter a família toda também?
100%. Eu sou um cara que eu preciso de motivação, eu sou um cara que eu preciso de coisas boas ao meu redor. Eu sou um cara que, quando eu estou feliz, como eles mesmos falam, se eu estou feliz, não tem como me parar. E é isso que eu estou feliz. Quando eu cheguei aqui, a primeira coisa que na minha primeira entrevista, eu falei isso aí, eu acho que o mais importante de tudo, acho não, tenho certeza, é a felicidade, é estar bem, estar junto das pessoas que a gente ama. Eu estou junto com a minha base. Família é a base, é complicado, mas é a base. A minha base está ali. Eu não posso tropeçar, eles não vão deixar eu tropeçar. Então, como eu te falei, sábado a gente vai coroar isso.
So I've said this to you. First of all, yes, I draw that from people, from those who those love me, who those support me. I said all week that I was so happy to have people around me. They're my foundation. Family can be complicated, but it's my foundation. And when I'm happy, when I have them around me, I'm happy. When I'm happy, everybody says you're unstoppable when you're happy. So I'm happy. I'm doing well. I got my foundation, which is my family around me. And I said, listen, I didn't come here to trip on anything. I came here to get that and to get crowned on Saturday.
I noticed some young children over there. What do you tell them BMF stands for?
Tô vendo, tem crianças na sala. Como é que você descreve o BMF para eles?
Cara, acho que na realidade a Tailinha já entende bastante, né, o que o pai dela é. O Dom apenas está começando nessa trajetória, mas o mais importante, como eu te falo, é sobre legado. Daqui mais algum tempo eles vão perguntar o que é isso aqui e eu vou explicar, papai, e eu vou poder explicar para eles o que é isso. BMF é aquilo que o pai dela, que o pai deles são, né, aquilo que eu sou para eles.
Well, for now, well, she understands what Daddy is, like what he does for a living, how things are and how tough things are over here. But I'm just starting on this. But this is about, I get that legacy. And years from now, I'm going to have the opportunity to say, you see this thing? That's what Daddy is. That's what he is, and that's what it represents to be the BMF. And I'll tell him what it is.
Charles, right here. Obviously, this is a rematch coming up. You get through this, there's probably a lot of other rematches that could be waiting for you. Same with Max. Do you feel like the two of you have, in a sense, kind of lapped this division and now you have to go through it again because you've already fought pretty much the best of the best?
Vocês lutaram muitos anos atrás e vocês, obviamente, evoluíram. Os dois são duas pessoas diferentes. Como é que você se sente em relação ao fato de que vocês vocês já basicamente passaram por muita gente no caminho de vocês, rumo a títulos? Você acha que agora, de novo, vocês basicamente estão tendo que fazer tudo de novo para serem campeões novamente?
Não, vamos esquecer a outra. A primeira não existiu. Esquece. Vamos matar. Ele ganhou. Pronto, acabou. Com certeza, dois grandes nomes, dois grandes ídolos do esporte, dois grandes campeões que vai ter a oportunidade de lutar agora sabadão e fazer história mais uma vez.
Let's the first fight between us. Let's kill that one. That's it. He won that fight. That's it. It's two great fighters, two legends, two guys that just put on a show. We're gonna put on a great show on Saturday.
What was the high coming down after your big win in Rio? Because obviously we weren't there and we got to see it through the TV, and it just feels like something we'll never experience. So I guess for you, what was it like coming down from a moment like that?
Como é que foi voltar a uma realidade, uma normalidade depois da tua vitória no Rio? Porque a maioria da galera aqui não estava lá, não viu. Nós vimos pela televisão. E a emoção, o que a gente viu pela tela, foi algo que a gente fala assim, putz, a gente nunca vai ver isso, como foi aquilo. Como é que é você chegar no topo da montanha emocional, depois voltar e falar, não, agora foco, outra luta?
Cara, aquilo foi surreal. Quem viveu, viveu. Só vai acontecer se me colocar de novo para lutar. E eu não sei se vai ser igual. Foi surreal aquilo ali. Mas o meu pai me ensinou uma coisa, que não importa o que aconteça na luta, se é vitória ou derrota, no dia seguinte você já tem que voltar um dia normal para poder voltar a treinar, se dedicar. Então, eu simplesmente vivi aquilo no sábado, no dia da luta, e no dia seguinte eu respirei e voltei para casa como se nada tivesse acontecido e que eu tinha que treinar de novo para poder fazer grandes lutas.
That was surreal. It was something that I can't explain. It's just to be there for those. Only if you were there, we would have known. You missed it because I'm not. You would have to have that again. I have to put me to fight back in Brazil. I'm not sure if it would be the same. There was something so special, and there's something that my dad always told me, like everything that happens the following day, you got to go back to reality and go back at it. So enjoy that Saturday. Sunday, obviously, went home as if nothing happened. And on Monday, I was back training, just looking for that next fight and just knowing that I needed to do it all over again.
Well, if you win Saturday and Poatan achieves what a lot of us assume he'll achieve, is that the time to finally get that stadium show in Brazil with both you and him being two of the biggest stars in the sport?
Você ganhando no sábado e o Poatan alcançando aquilo que muitos acham que ele vai alcançar. Com essa oportunidade, com brasileiros estando como estão, vocês dois, chegou a hora de falar, vamos fazer um show num estádio no Brasil?
Não, isso aí na realidade eu falei na última luta. E eu acho que o UFC vai fazer isso. Eu acho que esse negócio de Fight Night, não, vamos fazer um numerado. Vamos fazer um numerado no estádio. É isso que tem que acontecer. Eles sabem os grandes nomes que eles têm no Brasil para poder colocar e fazer aquilo lotar. Eu acho que o povo brasileiro, o Brasil merece isso. Dana, Hunter, sabe, Sean, toda a galera do UFC, acho que o povo brasileiro merece isso. Um estádio fechado, octógono no meio, e aí a gente tem a maior certeza do mundo que a gente lota aquilo e vai ser algo completamente diferente de todos os outros.
I've said this before, and I said it after my last fight. Brazil deserves this. This is the time for us to do it. This is the time for, you know, to make it happen, to make it in a stadium. Brazil deserves that. The Brazilian people deserve that. You know, stadium closed, put an octagon in the middle, and we're going to do our job, which is to fill that stadium up to capacity. And listen, Dana, Hunter, Sean, everybody, get it together. Like the Brazilian people deserve this, and we're going to make that beautiful fest.
Charles, back here. Charles, you did an interview about 2 fights ago saying that you keep everything that the fans bring you. Ever since you put that out there, has it gotten crazier with the things that you've had to hold on to?
Charles, você deu uma entrevista recentemente que você fica com tudo que os fãs dão para você. Depois que você revelou isso, ficou doido o bagulho, o pessoal começou a simplesmente mandar mais coisas, já que ele vai ficar, vou mandar.
Cara, na realidade, acho que você tem que ter respeito por aquilo que as pessoas te dão, pelo carinho que as pessoas têm com você, sabe, o amor. Vocês veem nos vídeos, vocês são pessoas que são inteligentes. A gente está construindo uma parte agora lá em casa, porque tem muita coisa que vai chegando, né? Então, tudo aquilo que me dão, que chega através das pessoas que sempre estão comigo, eu estou sempre guardando, sempre colocando ali, vai fazendo aqui. Não começo a chegar muita coisa não, mas tudo aquilo que chega para mim com todo amor, todo carinho, eu sempre estou guardando.
Yeah, you always keep it like this. Listen, you know, like when people come in, you know, people are smart. They send me cool things. I really like them. And actually, we're building an additional area in the home so we can keep that. And just in the beginning, we weren't getting it a lot of stuff. But then everything is just done with so much care, and people put so much thought into it that there's no way that I wouldn't, you know, just keep it at all in my place.
Another question. You posted working with Damian Maia. Obviously, you're both so well known for your submissions. Can you just talk a little bit about what it's like when two great jiu-jitsu minds like you two work together?
Você postou que você estava treinando com o Damian Maia, pensando, fazendo estratégia com o Damian Maia. Como é que é isso quando duas grandes mentes, grandes estandartes do jiu-jitsu no MMA se juntam para combinar um plano?
Cara, com certeza, 100%. Lembrando para todo mundo, a gente não está fazendo jiu-jitsu, está assim MMA. Damian é um cara gigante, um cara que tem uma história linda dentro do UFC, né? É um cara que tanto em pé como no chão é muito bom, sabe, tem a mentalidade, sabe fazer. Então a gente treinamos, se dedicamos. É muito bom ter um cara ali que pode te ajudar, pode falar coisas boas para ti. Então eu sou muito grato por Damian ter pelo segundo campo junto com a gente.
This is huge, and I just want to remind everybody, this is not jiu-jitsu, we're actually doing MMA, so it's important to have somebody like him that it's just, obviously, we put the work together, we got together, we made it happen, we dedicate ourselves to this, it's so good to actually have somebody to, saying positive things, just kind of pulling you up and helping you out, so it was pretty cool to have him in his second camp.
Thank you.
Charles over here. I have a question. When we look at you as a fighter, you're never disrespectful. You're always a guy who fights from the heart. What's one of the things you would be most likely to be remembered of as the moment you say, okay, I'm done with fighting? I'm just curious to see what you think like that.
Você é um cara que sempre foi muito respeitoso, uma pessoa que sempre muito grande postura fora do octógono também. Eu gostaria de saber de você, no final de tudo isso, ao ser lembrado, como que você gostaria de ser lembrado?
Com certeza, um cara humilde, um cara iluminado, um cara que saiu do nada, um cara que sempre soube de onde saiu, aonde chegou, aonde está e aonde quer chegar, sabe? Sem precisar subir, pisar em ninguém. Eu acho que isso é o mais importante. O mais importante da vida é você não criar um personagem, você ser simplesmente você, saber que quando você vira uma estrela, tem milhares de pessoas te olhando e isso te causa um peso, porque aquilo que você faz é aquilo que as pessoas e principalmente as crianças vão querer fazer.
A humble guy, somebody that, it's always been nice to people, somebody who's aware of where he's from, where he is, and where he wants to go, never steps on top in other people, that someone that is aware also when you become a star, that everyone is looking at you, kids, everybody else, they see what you do and they'll be there. So, somebody who's chosen, somebody who is illuminated, and somebody who came from nothing as well.
And one more thing, I want to welcome you already because you will be in my hometown next week, so hope to see you there. Thanks, man.
Eu gostaria de dar as boas-vindas para você. Na semana que vem você vai estar na minha cidade natal, então já estão dadas as boas-vindas.
Obrigado.
Hey, Charles. Hey Charles, over here. You recently said your goal is to win the belt and then move down to 145 pounds. What was the decision, or I mean, what are the factors that makes you want to move down to 145 pounds?
Recentemente você falou que talvez exista a possibilidade de eu ganhar o cinturão e daí volto para os penas. Assim, como é que é isso de voltar para os penas? Como é
Cara,
que
na
você...
realidade, a gente falou meio ali na bagunça, na brincadeira. Falei, Deus, se for da vontade de Deus, vencer o BMF, ter a oportunidade de lutar de novo nos pesos leves, vencer o cinturão, larga tudo e tiver uma oportunidade direto para o título do 66, por que não isso fazer acontecer? Mas como o Gia falou, precisa de um bom tempo, a gente precisa de bastante tempo para isso, para fazer acontecer, para fazer algo certo, para poder dar certo. Por que não? Vamos ver.
Joking around, tossing ideas, we thought, listen, get the BMF, then get the title at lightweight, maybe go back to 145, I don't know, but as Gia said, like, we need some time to think this through and everything else, but like one step at a time, and maybe there's a possibility out there.
Charles, speaking of 145, one of the craziest stats I think that you have is you haven't fought in that division in 11 years, but you still have the most submission victories in featherweight history. Does that surprise you at all?
Voltando a falar dos penas, faz 11 anos que você não luta no... E você continua sendo recordista de finalizações, você vai ter submissão por via rápida. Como é que você se sente de 11 anos e continua lá?
Gigante, feliz, grato. Tenho que agradecer muito a Deus por tudo isso que vem acontecendo na minha vida e isso vai continuar durante um bom tempo. Eu nasci para fazer história, eu nasci para quebrar recordes, é por isso que eu estou aqui.
Huge, happy, grateful. That's just very grateful for everything that has happened in my life, and it's like I came here to make history, and that's going to continue for quite some time.
Yeah, and if you get a win here, you'll be the second fighter in the 25-win UFC club with Jim Miller. Jim says he wants to chase 30. That's his big goal. Do you feel like you can beat him there? Do you have 5 more UFC wins in you after this, do you think?
Uma vitória, se junta o Jim Miller, mais o clube dos 25, das 25 vitórias no UFC. O Jim Miller falou que quer chegar nos 30. Você tem uma lenha para queimar para chegar nas 30 vitórias?
Cara, na realidade, sendo bem verdadeiro, enquanto eu tiver prazer, enquanto eu tiver tesão de fazer isso aqui, eu quero continuar fazendo. Eu não estou aqui para falar, vou parar hoje ou amanhã, eu não sei. Eu não sei. Enquanto eu estiver feliz, quero continuar fazendo. Lógico, vai tirando um pouco o pé, eu fazia 3, 4 lutas no ano, eu faço 2 lutas no ano. Eu não sei. Enquanto eu estiver feliz, eu quero continuar fazendo isso aqui. Eu tenho promessas a quebrar para poder cumpri-las e eu estou aqui para isso.
The truth is, listen, as long as I'm happy doing this, as long as I can just continue to feel it, like I'll continue to do it. Maybe, you get 3, 4 fights a year, maybe you just get 2, but as long as I continue to feel it, I have some promises I don't want to break, that I want to keep in this business, I want to continue.
Can you share? What are those promises?
Alguma promessa que você gostaria de repente compartilhar com a galera?
Promessa você simplesmente vai lá, faz ela acontecer e depois você pode falar.
Promises are like, go there, get it done, and then you talk about it.
And just lastly, you mentioned wanting the undisputed belt after this. A lot of questions about Conor McGregor and defending the title against him after this. How real do you think that could be? And I assume if you were to fight Conor, it would have to be at 170. So was that appeal to you as well?
Você falou sobre lutar pelo cinturão, os leves depois, você já comentou sobre isso, mas também fala-se de Conor McGregor, sempre ficou essa coisa no ar de você lutar contra o Conor. O quão real é você lutar contra o Conor, que talvez quisesse esse cinturão BMF e que teria que ser nos meio-médios? Como é que você sente em relação a lutar contra o Conor?
Cara, na realidade, sendo bem verdadeiro, mais uma vez, a vontade de lutar pelo Conor é pelo dinheiro. Simplesmente isso.
Being truthful, and I've always been, and I'll be it again, to fight Conor, it would be for the money. That's it. Simply that. Acabou.
Well, Michael, from right here. Obviously, you know, you were supposed to fight earlier this year. Didn't quite happen. We're still not quite sure what exactly happened. So I guess how was all of that chaos kind of relayed to you, and that, you know, that's about as last minute of a changeup as you can get?
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. Literally right when we got off the stage for the ceremonial weigh-ins, I got the bad news. It was crazy. You know, it's just the world we live in now, where things like this could get a fight pulled, and, you know, we just got to move forward. I didn't hear too much in details. I understood where the UFC came from, or why they had to pull the card, so I definitely respect that, and now we're back here, so no harm, no foul.
I guess, what's that like? Because I guess we always hear from fighters that they need that release because it's kind of built up in their mind that they're about to get in a fist fight, and then, like you said, it's pulled off right after the weigh-in. So, like, what was that like mentally, kind of have to like turn?
Pissed, bro. I was upset, yeah. And not only just for the fight. Like, I was really upset that I can't fight. I was more upset the fact is that my friends, my family, everybody came out to Las Vegas to see me, and I got to break the bad news to them. My, you know, I had to deal with my mother being kind of distraught. You know, she overreacts quite a bit, so yeah, she thought I was in trouble a little bit, so I had to calm her down with that. It was just a whole whirlwind, but like I said, man, no harm, no foul, and I get to get paid this weekend.
Did you get paid for that fight at least, for making weight?
I got a little bit.
What do you make of this fight against Drew? Because, you know, I've seen you know, you're obviously one of the longest tenured fighters on the roster, not just in this division. Drew's been around for a long time too, but not as long as you. So when they came with Drew, was it a surprise you hadn't fought before, or like, or is this now finally the right time for you guys to fight?
Yeah, it definitely was a surprise that me and him had never fought. You know, I've asked for Drew to fight him in the past, and this was when he was like on his big win streaks, and he wanted to fight somebody higher than me, and I respect that, you know, but now we get to fight each other, so it's good.
Is it good to kind of prepare for a guy that you know is not going to shoot on you? Like, Drew very much always kind of wants to stand and bang. You kind of know what you're getting with Drew Dober.
It's funny you say that, but everybody always shoots on Michael Johnson. Even if they're not wrestlers, they'll shoot on me. So I've seen him shoot in his fights. I'm expecting him to wrestle a little bit, but at the same time, I'm expecting him to be the same Drew Dober that I love to watch fight, that everybody loves to watch fight, and that's the one that, you know, bites out in his mouthpiece and comes forward.
This was obviously the last fight added to this card, and I've seen some fan reactions saying that this is the fight outside of the main event that they kind of have circled. Dan Hardy even did an interview saying that he's kind of more interested in this fight than the main event because of the skill that you guys bring. So have you kind of felt that too, that fans fully expect fireworks from you?
Yeah. This week I have been feeling it. You know, I didn't really think so of it because our main event is so good, and then we got other guys that are fighting on the card. But it's when you get two exciting fighters like me and Drew, you know, everybody has to be excited. So it definitely won't be a boring fight.
I think you've been 16 years in the UFC, so I guess, can I ask, at what point did you actually start to feel like a veteran in here?
That's funny. Shit, I guess the last few years. You know, once I get the unk and, oh, man, the old guys are doing it good and this and that, I'm like, man, I'm not that old, you know, like, I'm not even 40 yet, you know, we're pushing it, we're just not there yet.
And last one for me, unrelated to your fight, but I heard Reinier de Ridder do an interview yesterday, and someone asked him who's the funniest guy in the gym, and he said it was you because you're always trying to fight everybody, and you talk more than anyone else. So how true is that? And I guess what's it like in the gym in there?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I'll have to agree with him. I think I am. I just talk a lot of shit in the gym, you know. Yeah, like that's what everybody says, just a shit talker, right? But it's fun, man. I enjoy going into the gym. We're such a family in there. Everybody has fun, but yeah, fights do tend to break out, and I'm like, hey, I'll fight anybody. Like, you got a problem? Let's fight about it, and then we'll solve it like this. It's all in good fun, but this is what I do. I'll always be a fighter no matter what.
Yes. Michael, over here. When we talk about the fight you have upcoming with Drew, everybody says it's going to be a banger, nevertheless. So what do you think the outcome will be, and how will you win?
Yeah, I'm looking to finish Drew. You know, that's what I'm looking for. I'm coming here, but I'm going to enjoy the process. That's what I'm here for. You know, the finish can come, it can't come, I'll look for it. But as long as I stick to my basics and do what I need to do to win the fight, I'll come out victorious.
Thank you, man.
Michael, I did want to follow up a bit on the RDR stuff. Obviously, yourself, RDR, Gregory Robocop, all on the card. What was it like having camp all together for one date for three of you guys?
Yeah, so it was great. I really didn't have camp per se because I was in camp for January and then it got scratched, and this was kind of like a quick short notice camp. But it's always good when you have teammates fighting on the same card. We can feed off of each other. I can watch their trainer and their sparring. I can get energy from it. And now we're all out here together, so it's incredible.
Will any of the coaches have to do like double time, triple time? Like, hey, coach, one of you guys, go back out there, can't go back to the locker room, anything like that going on to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. We got our good groups with us together, so I don't think our coaches need to be running back and forth tonight or tomorrow night or Saturday night.
Thank you.
Michael, as the elder statesman on the card here this weekend,
That's a good one. I didn't hear that one.
what are a few of the reasons that keep you performing at a high level?
Yeah, a few of the reasons are I'm not satisfied with where I am in my career. I want more. I think I've worked for more, so I just got to keep it going. I think with my older age and me being around the sport this long, I know exactly what needs to be done. I know how to carry myself. As long as I continue to keep training and keep progressing, everything's going to go my way.
Nice. Also, fighting professionally for nearly 20 years now in what has been a very entertaining career. Do you ever take the time to look back and let it soak in?
No, not yet. I've come a long way. Definitely come a long way from Springfield, Missouri, starting to fight back into the UFC. This has always been a dream of mine once I got into MMA. But I've never taken the time to look back and smell the roses yet. I think if I do that, my forward progress might be slowed down a little bit. So I'm going to keep looking forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Michael, one more. Last question on the veteran status, I promise. Is it a trip that, Raul Rosas was 4 when you made your pro debut?
Damn, was he 4? That's funny. That is a trip. Yeah, that's great. How old is he now? 20?
He's 21. It's his first fight in Vegas at 21.
Yeah, really? Yeah, there you go. He needs to stay away from the casino then. He's old enough to lose money.
His phrasing was putting everything on red after this win.
He's got to lose for sure then. Hey, you got to go black. Everything on black. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Hello. It feels like a lot of the talk around this fight is your health and how you're feeling and your body and everything like that. Does this kind of trip you out that you're coming in and everyone's question is basically like, are you okay?
Yeah, that's the first thing they ask, and then afterwards they ask, when are you moving up to 205? So it's interesting.
I know you've said that you did some research into why you were feeling quite so bad and stuff like that. I don't know if you've actually gone public with this or if you even want to. What was the reason your body was sort of failing you in that last fight?
Just on all levels, my blood work, everything was in the trash. Everything was bad. But mostly standing out, like severe anemia, very, very low red blood cell count. Just work my body to shit, basically.
When you get that news, is it like, oh, okay, now I know we can fix it? Or is there a moment where you're going, shit, can I get better? What is the reaction when you get that news?
Yeah, so mostly, at least I knew what was wrong with me at that point. I was very happy with that. Like I had something to work from. But it took a long time to find my body back, to get everything started, to get the right treatment and find everything out. That wasn't easy. So there were a couple weeks there, me still, like, I couldn't complete a training session. I couldn't walk up the stairs without being tired. So there was a little while there I was thinking I might never fix this stuff, might be over. Yeah.
To get here now and be here on Fight Week and feel how you're feeling now, do you look back at that last fight and be like, man, what was I even doing? Like, I shouldn't have been there, and now you feel so much better?
No, but with the opportunity there, most likely I'd make the same dumb decision to fight again, because it was just, it was too cool, I was on such a roll. I knew my body wasn't there, but I just thought if I can get him out there in the first round, and I was close, then we wouldn't be talking about my health right now.
This is very true. But would you have gotten better afterwards? Did you know you were going to get better? You were going to have
I had in my mind that I'd figure out after the fight, like, I'll find out what's wrong with me. But maybe I wouldn't have pushed as hard to find it out as I did this time.
Last one on the last fight before we move forward. There was, Israel obviously got attention when he said that maybe he was going to step in there and then something happened to him and he couldn't do it. I saw your quote saying you were glad that you didn't get to fight Izzy. Why exactly were you glad that it wasn't Izzy?
I was glad that I didn't get head kicked into another dimension in that fight.
Looking at this weekend, right, what exactly are you expecting from your opponent? Where do you think he's going to come and try and fight you? What exactly are you expecting?
Yeah, so he's going to try and keep it pretty, keep his range, move back, use his shoulder roll. His right hook is very nice. He's going to try and kick the calf a little bit. And he's going to try and slow the pace down, keep it all orderly and under control. And I'm going to try and get in his face and bring some chaos.
Are we looking forward to the RDR knees that Sean Strickland has stolen from you?
Yeah, come on, Sean. At least give me some props afterwards.
Right here. Speaking of Caio Borralho, I guess he obviously comes from a grappling background, but in MMA, he seems pretty well-rounded, good takedown defense, had a lot of success against Jared on the feet. So I guess when you watch his game, I guess, does anything stand out, or is he really just that well-rounded in MMA?
No, very well-rounded, and for instance, his takedowns are pretty good too. When he shoots a double, it's pretty nice. What he just does best is he's very measured.
Are you a guy that likes to break down footage on your opponent? Because he seems very analytical as well. And I guess when you break down his last fight, can you take anything away from that? Because he also said he wasn't even remotely 100% in that fight.
Nah, yeah, I like to study film a lot. That fight kind of just showed that he was just a little bit less quick than Imavov was. Just every exchange, Imavov was just a little quicker, and that's what gave Imavov the win. But I think I'm like a night and day difference from Imavov in all regards. Like, my style is not in any way like his, so doesn't show me too much for this fight.
What do you make of this kind of the division as a whole right now? Because all these questions are about your last fight and you wanted a little more time off, but like Brendan Allen hasn't fought since that fight. Strickland just won. Hamzat hasn't fought. Imavov hasn't fought. Izzy has a fight coming up. Dricus still doesn't have a fight booked. So I guess what do you make of this division as a whole right now?
It seems like there's a lot of opportunities right there.
Hi, already over here.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hi, over here. Yesterday you said it's your dream to move up to light heavyweight. Based off how this fight goes, is there, how this fight goes, could that kind of be the factor if you do move up?
I don't know. I've been talking about it too much for the last couple of days, and you guys make me hungry.
And then also, there's a lot of talk with your teammate Shavkat, and he's now out of the rankings. Do you think there's a chance we don't see him again in the UFC, or do you think he'll be back?
No, I think he'll be back, right? He just got hurt again and again, what I understand. But I don't know much about it.
Reinier over here. I have a question. You seem to talk a lot about going to 205. I'm just wondering what...
Are you heavier than Jiří Procházka? Yes.
No. That's not a question for now. I was wondering, what's the first thing you're going to eat after the weight cut?
This time I will be very... disciplined and eat only the stuff the PI puts in front of my nose and nothing else.
One more question. And how do you feel that your coach sits across from you and eats big-ass steaks?
I love that he does that, and I hope he enjoys his life.
Reinier, how have you enjoyed being a YouTuber? Because you've been very active and putting out a lot of content ahead of this fight.
Crazy, yeah? Who would have imagined? Yeah, it's nice. It's cool. We do it very low production, so it's fun. Yeah.
Your friend Costello Vanstina said you're a bit of a bully. What is your response to that?
Yeah, Costello's my guy, man. He needs some. I'm very happy that you mentioned his name. This guy is so dangerous, one of the best fighters on the planet. I'm not sure if we're making commercials for his upcoming fight, but that's my guy.
On that note, what was it like? Obviously, also RoboCop on this card also, so a lot of Kill Cliff energy, Michael Johnson too. Just what was it like having that vibe in the gym for this camp?
Yeah, very cool. Everybody working towards the same date was a true blessing, 100%.
And then final one, I noticed watching your YouTube, a lot of singing. Do you have a favorite genre, or is it just what comes to you in the moment like a lot of us?
Nah, I love a lot of music. But singing, I like to sing in Dutch mostly.
Reinier, following your last fight, do you seek a sense of redemption for yourself in this weekend's bout, or is it business as usual?
No, 100% redemption. I want to prove that I found my body back. I want to prove that I'm still the guy I was before what happened, and yeah.
And a follow-up question, what was your most important change coming into this fight?
Feeling good again, focusing on recovery, figuring out what was wrong with my body. That's going to be the biggest difference. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What up, guys? You guys get some lunch yet? You guys fueled, ready for these questions?
Drew, front right here.
Hey.
What's up, man? Michael was just in here, and he admitted it didn't really feel like a camp preparing for this because it was so last minute. So for you, I guess I'd have to ask, did this actually feel like a fight camp, or did you just kind of immediately start cutting weight in?
I think we've dismissed the idea of like camps. It's just like, I think MJ knows. I mean, he was preparing for another fight. I was trying to prepare for like a potential fight in March, right? We didn't know who we were fighting, but we're gonna fight somebody. And so it's not really a camp. It's just your lifestyle. It's like you go to the gym, you eat proper, and then when you get the fight offer, and then you have to might eat a little less, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't really believe in camps.
So going off of that, do you prefer these, like, I don't want to say short notice, but it is relatively short notice. So like a lot of fighters, they dwell on it. They have to think about this fight for weeks at a time, and you just accept the fight, and then like a couple weeks later, you're fighting the guy.
Yeah. It's different for me. Like, I'd fight every weekend if I could. I just couldn't make weight every weekend, you know? And so for me, it's just I need to make the weight, and that requires, you know, more effort. But fighting, I'll do it next week if I could.
And Michael was in here, and you know, it's not every day we get a fighter with more fights than you, or especially in the UFC. And he was surprised, or he admitted he was surprised you guys had never been booked before this weekend. So were you surprised that this is the first time you and Michael are going to have to fight?
It was inevitable. We were going to fight each other. We talked about it years ago and like why it hasn't happened. It was just the stars lined up. You know, his fight fell through, and now he became available. I was looking for something. Paramount's blessing us with this opportunity. So I'm glad it's happening now and not earlier. And I honestly think I get the best version of MJ in this fight.
Do you even have to prepare for Michael Johnson? Because, you know, there's so much tape on him. You kind of know what to expect. And he kind of admitted the same things. Like, me and Drew have fought so much. Like, we're just going to focus on ourselves and kind of go in there.
I mean, I think it's the curiosity everyone else is thinking. Like, what kind of MJ is coming out, right? We've seen his life story in the UFC. But, you know, he has ups and downs and lefts and rights. And so you don't know which MJ is going to show up. And I do know he's preparing extremely well with this 3-fight win streak he's got going on right now. So it's my job to determine once I'm in there which MJ am I fighting.
He also admitted that this week he's noticed a lot of fans saying that outside of the main event, your fight is the one they're most intrigued by. And even Dan Hardy admitted that he's more intrigued by this fight than even the main event just because of the experience and the skills you bring in there. Have you noticed kind of an uptick in interest in this fight now that it is fight week?
Yeah, I've noticed it progressively, you know, in camp and in this week, and it's understandable. I think this UFC 326 is the card of the badasses. We got the BMF title, and we have like the main event, which is all just a bunch of killers. And I'm excited to be a part of this. It's like this old school mentality of we're not fighting to win points. We're fighting to win an actual combat, like violence, and bring the violence. And between MJ and I, like, we like each other, we respect each other, and that's why it's going to be exciting. And this is the kind of fighters that people are paid to see, and that's why Paramount is bringing us in to highlight this event, because these are the people we want to watch.
Just last one for me, unrelated to your fight. What did you make of Terrence Crawford finally kind of hanging the gloves up? I know that's a guy that you have some experience with.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's great for him. I like MMA and boxing are just run different. And so for Terrence, like, he got to fight on the highest level, get paid, and get out with that perfect record. And I thought it was beautiful, and Omaha, Nebraska stand up for him. But me, on the other hand, I mean, I'm living in this wild west of the MMA world where wins and losses don't matter as much as that quality when I'm in there.
What was kind of the reaction back in Nebraska after that big performance?
I mean, like, people closed the shops down. People were excited. I mean, Omaha, Nebraska, there's something in the water. People are like, they're creating such a spectacular fighters with Anthony Smith, Terrence Crawford, and the list goes on. And myself included, and I'm just blessed to be a part of it.
Hey, Drew, right here, down the middle. Drew, very active on social media. I just want to know, outside of the fun stuff, just how does it help you having that kind of outlet week to week, doing so much content aside from just the hard training camp?
Yeah, it took me a while to get the confidence to do that, right? I mean, it takes a character to start showing off on social media. But what I love the most is now, since I'm showing you guys more aspects of my life, I'm getting fun questions like this. I got to talk to this man for like 30 minutes about video games, and I love this. I love this part, talking to you guys. I want more opportunities to talk. So sharing more of my life with you guys via social media gives me the opportunity to have conversations outside of fighting, and that's honestly what I truly love.
I do want to ask you about some controversy. You made your talk about top 5 cheap meals. You put ice cream, you put Thai curry out there, but you left pizza off the list. What did pizza do to you?
Oh man, I'm gonna break your little heart. I'm not a huge fan of Italian food. And so, yeah, like the noodles and the crust. I know, like, people are dumbfounded. Like, my wife has to find other people to eat pizza with. It's depressing. But I make it up with the amount of donuts I eat, though.
Hey, let's go. Final Fantasy VII, did you enjoy the remake or Rebirth better?
The original story was beautiful, but I love how they kept to the same storyline. So I played the first half of the reboot, and I'm eager to start playing the second half come March 8th. Camp keeps me out of the video game world. It's hard. But I was actually satisfied with it. I just think video game developers need to still focus on the story and less about the action.
That's what's up. Thank you.
Hi, Drew. Win or lose, your fights have a certain electric energy about them. How can you explain that?
I mean, are you having fun talking to me right now? I think I just carry my personality, my passion, and my heart in everything that I possibly do. So every time I step in that octagon, I want quality, not only for me, but for you guys as well. And in the training room, I think about how can I make things more fun and exciting, not just for me, but for you guys. And I think you guys seem to like it, and I'm blessed.
Thank you.
Drew. For many years there, we were asking you about the lightweight knockout record. Do you now have that on your own? Do you now look up at the all-time UFC knockout record? Do you have 6 more in you to tie Derek Lewis?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think I have 6 more in me. I just saw the grid of like how all that plays out. I mean, Matt Brown has 13. It's fun to think about. Like the fact that I was like a part of that conversation, it just dumbfounded me, and I cherish it. And I'm not aiming for any like long goals, but I'm planning on knocking out MJ and continuing it though. Thank you so much, guys.
Cal right here. Obviously, in your last performance, I think even you admitted that you weren't 100% going into that after the weight cut in August and then going into that fight. So, I guess physically, how are you feeling, and how's just life been in camp and everything preparing for this one?
Yeah, right now I feel 100%. I feel myself again. I get to know myself a little bit more. I dig really deep, get this self-known even better, and I think that's where my power comes from. Because I know myself so much right now. And 100% motivated, happy, ready to fucking rock and roll.
I've seen a lot of your interviews, and you do talk a lot about that self-reflection between then and now. So I guess how much of that played a factor in between then and now?
Everything. You play a factor on everything in my life. Being a fighter, being a human being, being a dad, being a husband, being a son. I just learned how to be more present in all these aspects of my life, And sometimes I feel the fighters just see themselves as fighters. And fighter is just one face of myself. I have a lot of other ones, and I get to know them a little bit more. I get to accept them a little bit more, and I feel better than ever.
And after that performance, a lot of the talk was about, you, Rufi, Jean Silva, you all came up short, but then they got back into the win column, and now it's your turn. How motivating is that to continue this, prove that the fighting nerds never left, we just had to speak?
Yeah, it's the comeback season, and no one's going to stop that, We got back with our team. We got the connection back. We put our feet on the ground a little bit more. And you guys are seeing the results. I just feel proud of the guys, happy for them. And I was the first one to get into the UFC, and I'll be the last one to complete the comeback season.
I think I saw one of your coaches with Dark Nerds shirt. What exactly is that about?
That's a brand from Fighting Nerd, but from my coach, Flávio Álvaro. He's a big legend in Brazil. He has more than 80 fights. He fought with no gloves, no rules, and he's a very respected guy in Brazil, and he has this kind of mentality of dark nerds, because as the fighting nerds, we're all laughing and being nice to everyone, and being in a good mood and all that. But he brings this other energies, the yin and yang, He brings this other energy. If you see in all the fights, even when we win, we get bonuses, we get the knockouts or finishes. He's never laughing. He's always like that, So he did himself a brand from Fighting Nerds, and it's very nice.
I saw another interview where you said you like to watch a lot of tape and study your opponents. So I guess what do you make of Reinier as an opponent? And can you take anything away from his last fight? Because he said even he wasn't 100% in that one.
We can always take away from every fight that someone does, He can take away from my fight with Imavov, and I wasn't 100%, but he can take away something, I just think he's kind of, I don't know, lying to himself or something like that. I think he showed a lot of patterns that he showed on the last fight, but he showed in all the other fights the same pattern, And I think he's a great fighter, awkward style on the feet, pressure fighter, and very, very good on grappling. And I respect him as a fighter a lot, and I'm expecting to come the best Reinier de Ridder ever.
You come from a grappling background. You said he's a great grappler. Are you expecting him to try to shoot and take you down, or what are you expecting in there?
100% he's going to shoot. If he doesn't shoot, I think he's out of his mind, because he knows which guys are striker already. With Imavov, one of the best strikers in the division. Look what I did to Cannonier. Look what I did to Paul Craig. So 100% he's going to try to take me down and choke me, and that's the only way that he can get a win on Saturday, And if you see the data, in his last 5 fights, he was already grappling and he shooted before 1 minute in every 5 fights. So 100% he's going to shoot again.
And just last one for me. What do you make of the middleweight division right now? Because both of you and Reinier lost your last fights, and your opponents, they don't even have fights booked. Hamzat doesn't have a fight book. Dricus doesn't have a fight booked. Strickland just won. So what do you make of kind of this division all as a whole?
It's just out of my control. I just need to be worrying about myself and the things that I control. But the division is stuck. But at the same way, it's very competitive. We have a lot of guys coming from a lot of wins, for sure. Some of them got the losses, so I was 7-win streak and lost. Reinier was 5-win streak and lost. We got Anthony Hernandez with 8-win streak and lost. So that shows how competitive this middleweight division are right now, but it's just stuck. But it is what it is. Let's make some movements on there.
Caio, over here.
Thank you.
Over here, Caio. Yes. Usually when fighters tend to win fights and come into a win streak, they tend to forget to change stuff, even if they get stuck somewhere. Would you say you changed a lot in this fight camp because of the last loss?
Technically, not much. I would say to you, not much, because I think it was more about myself, my motivation, and the why I'm still doing it, and the connection with the team. Because one thing that happened is that our team, the growth was so rapid and so crazy, but a little bit unorganized, you know what I mean? And at some point, the connection between us and our coaches was just messy, you know what I mean? To example for you, when the UFC came to me with the backup fight, I said yes, and I came to them, I didn't even told them, like, what do you guys think? I just came to them and said, let's go. I already accepted. So that shows a little bit the connection, a little bit messy, because if it was back in the days, I would came to him, say, what do you guys think? Do you think we should take or not? And let's do what most of us want to do, So I think right now the connection got back, We're already connected. We're staying together for so many weeks. We are happy doing that, and this is already reflecting on the fights that you guys saw from Carlos, Rufy, Gene, and it's gonna do the same reflection on Saturday night.
Would you say because of the losses, the tension grew, or would you say it was part of becoming more famous and getting all the attention?
Yeah, it was way before the losses. Actually, the losses was good for us because make that connection come back, you know what I mean? But right before the losses, we were, maybe our feet were a little bit out of the ground, you know what I mean? We were too much overestimated. And sometimes this puts you in a comfort zone and it's not good for you in this high-level sport.
Last question for me. You're a data guy. You all are data guys. You watch a lot of stuff on your opponents. Looking at Reinier, you say he has an awkward style, yet he has a pattern which you see through the fights. Could you take us through it and say, what do you see is the pattern where you could win?
No, I cannot tell you that, sorry.
No worries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Caio over here, straight down the middle. Caio, prior to the last fight, there were some people saying, maybe it was a bad idea to weigh in as the backup and then have a fight, do another camp, do another weight cut. Now looking back, do you wish you had not made the decision to weigh in for the Khamzat fight?
100% it was a bad idea, but I don't regret it. That's all I need to say about it. It was an experience. I took the best of it, and I learned it. So why is better in life than learning? Keep learning, right?
And then one thing I find funny about you is that I feel like even compared to a lot of other middleweights, a lot of the other top contenders always seem to talk about how much they like you as a person. Caio is so nice, I get along with him. You're obviously very respectful. This might sound odd, but is it ever difficult for you to get fights? It feels like you know a lot of people and a lot of people just like you, so maybe you're not high on their list to get in the cage with.
I don't know. I'm here to fight anybody, you know what I mean? But sometimes when you have a lot of options on the table, why you fight guys that are your friends? If it's not for #1 contender sport or go to the title contender or something like that, But I like Brendan Allen, Anthony Hernandez, all these guys, but I would fight them, I think the only guy that I wouldn't fight maybe is Michel Pereira. That is big brother for me. We're very connected, and even Sean Strickland is a very good friend of mine. I really like this guy. They offered this fight already, but it wasn't for number one contender fight, you know. So we did so many rounds in the team that the fight would be so boring for people, you know. But right now is, you know, the division is messy, it's competitive, so I'm willing to fight anyone.
I understand this might be a more personal question to do with your friends, but I do want to ask, do you see a day where Jean and Rufi will be friends again?
100%, you know, like, they don't need to love each other. They just need to respect the environment, you know? They being both in the same environment, working, maybe not working together or not loving each other or not having dinner together or something like that, but respectfully, you know, we're a team. The team is a unit, and everyone needs to respect that. So it's just like, it was just emotion going out in interviews, you know, when Jen said, oh, me and Rufi never anymore, and this and that. It was just emotions, you know. You cannot take too serious all that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Kyle. I wanted your opinion and your prediction on your teammate John Silva rematching Bryce Mitchell in a grappling match.
I think Jen got it done, you know. I think people saw him finishing Bryce Mitchell. For sure, it was an MMA fight. It wasn't like a grappling match, but people don't realize how good Gene is on grappling, you know. I think you guys saw the fight against Diego Lopez, and all you guys said, like, oh, his grappling is not good and all that. But to be honest, he got caught off guard. He tried like a spinning shit. Diego is very good at grappling, took his back, and when he mounted him, the elbow made him dizzy. So it's hard for you to grapple and to be technically good and get out of positions when you're like out of your consciousness, you know. So people know, people see, and I think John gets it done.
And then also, I mean, talking about yourself, maybe are there any fun matchups that you would do in a grappling match, possibly?
Yeah, 100%. I think all top 10 is fun match at grappling, you know. I already did with Brandon Allen, and I dominated him. So I can do this to the rest of the division too. See you.
Caio, following your loss to Imavov, you posted an expression online that says, defeat teaches, reveals, and builds. So my question to you is, what have you learned, seen, and developed since your last fight?
Myself, no. I got time to know myself better. You know, I say that when a guy knows himself so much, that's when he closest to God, you know? And I think I just developed all that, the self-know, get to know myself, be aware of my actions, my words, and my mind, what I'm thinking. And that's the most thing that I developed after my loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just one here. There's some clips going around of the face-off you and Reinier just did back there. What did you see out of there? What was just your takeaways from getting to size him up in that situation?
Oh, big guy, very awkward body. I faced a guy like him. It was Abus. He's very awkward, like, you know, long arms and the shoulders very high and all that. But you know, that's the fight business. We are used to that, and nothing to take away like, oh, he was afraid and this and that. I think people just say that to feel more confident, and I don't need that, you know. I think over there was two high-level guys wanting to kill each other and just waiting for Saturday. That's it. Thank you, guys. Let me take a picture with my meta glasses, please. Let's go.
Cody right here. We're obviously accustomed to seeing you up here on these big cards, but I don't think your opponent was kind of the name a lot of us assumed you would get matched up with. So when they came with, a name like Xiao Long, what went through your mind? Did you know anything about him? And if you didn't, have you since gone back and kind of looked at tape on him?
Yeah, Xiao Long is a warrior. He's every fight comes to win. Everything he throws is with the malicious intent to kill you. So I don't think a lot of people know him, but it's a huge opportunity for him to come. First fight in the States, first fight on a pay-per-view card, fighting a former world champion. So I expect the best Xiao Long version that's going to come out there, and I've been well prepared, super excited. Didn't know I was fighting him. My manager just called me and told me I'm fighting March 7th, so it doesn't matter. Any adversary they put in front of me, I just got to control the things I control and just train hard and prepare for the best.
I think when I looked at his record, he made his pro debut the same year you were fighting Dom, but he has like 30, 40 fights already. So I guess, is that smart to just rack up that many fights that quickly just to get into the UFC?
Yeah, it's just able to do that, but with what competition? You know what I mean? Like if you're able to fight, if you're fighting the top of the guys, you're not able to do that. But they're growing. The Asian fighters. He's been tested through the road to UFC. Like I said, he's coming to fight. And I'm excited for that. That's the motivation that I need.
A lot of the embeddeds and the video interviews I've seen you do, you keep saying you're going back to your roots, and this is one of the best camps you've had in a long time. So I guess, how was camp, and what exactly do you mean by going back to your roots?
Yeah, this is the best camp I had in quite some time. I will continue and say that, and that's the truth. Sometimes we come up here and you have to be like, oh, I feel great. This is an awesome camp, and you don't have that. So, it's great to be here fight week, to be healthy, to be excited to fight, excited to come and do all the media as well. There's sometimes I've came to this week and I've not been myself. So for that, it's a huge confidence boost, knowing that I did everything that I needed to do inside this camp. Like I said, I got back to my roots, the wrestling, the boxing. It's just been great. Camp's been amazing. I've had, some new coaches that came in, some new training partners that came in, and they've given me their all. They've showed up time and time again, and we've just been putting the work in, and we're all excited and chomping at the bit to get in there Saturday.
I also saw an interview where you said, upon reflection, being champion maybe wasn't all it was cracked up to be, just kind of outside fighting. So I guess, what was that experience like? Was that how you handled it? Was it about how people around you handled it? I guess, what was that time like for you?
Yeah, I would say a lot changed. A lot of people around me, I went from unranked to world champion the same year. So there's people that I didn't know that was in my circle, and just for what you did, what you had, right? So able to drown out the noise, drown out the distractions, the chaos. And this camp's been nothing but sole focus on what I need to do. And that's me showing up every day, honing my skills and believing in myself. And, this fight is going to show everyone and remind everybody who I am.
Let's kind of go off of that, and I don't know your goals, your immediate goals moving forward, but do you feel like, given how popular you are amongst the UFC fans, that you're always going to be 1-2 wins away from possibly fighting for a title or a top 5 guy just based on your name alone?
Yeah, definitely. That's something I worked hard for in this fight game to accomplish, to be able to be in striking distance no matter where I was at in my career. I went on a 3-fight losing streak. I got knocked out 3 times in a row, and I came out and delivered one of the best knockouts in the UFC history. And I'm fighting for a title the next fight, So, backing up on that question, it's...
All right, guys, so I'm at the most...
I did that in the past. I looked forward to the next fight. Like, I win this fight, I'm going to fight for the title. It's all about being engaged, being focused. It's one fight at a time, and that's what I've gotten back to this camp. Each round, each session was like, living day to day, putting the work in, the small deposits for the big deposit on Saturday.
And this is just last one for me, unrelated to your fight. You mentioned your wrestling background. What do you make of what RAF is doing right now, and is that something you would be interested in trying?
Yeah, they reached out a few times, so they were trying to set up a matchup with Sean O'Malley next month. So have his team reach out. We're ready to go. We come out unscathed on the fight this Saturday, and we go to Philadelphia and strap on the singlets and go to work.
So you presumably, if he takes it, would be on the same card as Merab, Cejudo. So 4 bantamweight champions.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Raf's doing an amazing job. The ambience of their shows, the talent that they're bringing in to really catapult wrestling in a great way. Their shows are awesome. If you haven't tuned in or watched, I think you guys all saw Armin last weekend. Went viral. So it's great, and it's for us to stay healthy. Not stay healthy, but for us to stay in activity. A lot of times we can have months, years, in between fights. So for us to go out there and still compete and still in martial arts as wrestling, to go out there and make some money. They're paying the wrestlers really good as well, and they're holding great shows. So I'm excited to be a part of it.
Isn't a part of you just going to be frustrated that you can't actually just fight Sean O'Malley?
Oh yeah, I tried to get that fight for a while, and now that's I'm hoping that he'll wrestle me because he negated the fight for quite some time. We try to get that matched up, so yeah, wrestling will be fun. You
could do an Armin and just hit him afterwards.
Yeah, you can always do that, right?
Cody over here. When we look at you, you tend to look more in rest or more in peace instead of the Cody we used to see, who could be fighting anyone, anywhere, any place. I still think you would do that if it was necessary, but what changed the most in at least looking like you have a lot of rest in your head?
Yeah, it's great that you say that. I have a lot of rest in my eyes. I just had a daughter 2 months ago, so I haven't really been sleeping too much. But man, I'm so blessed in life. I'm winning at life. I got an amazing son that turns 8 next week. I got a daughter that's 2 months. My life's good. I have no chaos. I grew up my whole life in chaos. And this has been a great camp where I haven't had any of that. I've just been solely focused on, day to day training. And when I leave the training gym, I come out and I'm a father. I'm changing diapers and feeding my baby bottles and, helping my son with school drop off, staying busy with his extracurricular activities as well. So yeah, it's just about balancing, finding that balance in life, never being too stressed out about a fight and worrying about what if and what could happen, just taking it day by day and just really enjoying what I've been blessed with. 2 beautiful children, amazing woman that's, just amazing woman that takes care of us and really turned my house into a home. And, I'm just at a good spot in my life, and I haven't been there in a long time. And, that goes into like having a great camp and being healthy and being excited. And I don't know the last time I've been excited for a fight. It's been quite some time, and just training too. Like the camp was effortlessly, it was effortless. The whole camp, I got back to my roots, wrestling and boxing, and really trained hard. The last fight when I fought Hany Barcelos, and I'm not taking anything away from this guy. He's a warrior. You got a lot of respect for him, but I was dealing with some health issues with the vertigo, so I wasn't able to really push the way I needed to push inside the camp. I had 5 weeks to get ready, and I wasn't training before, so every day was a testing period of me going in there, hey, I can spar and be okay, or I can wrestle and be okay, hey, I can grapple, but I was still had the reins pulled back a little bit because I didn't want to offset the vertigo. And I went with a lot of specialists and doctors in the UFC Performance Institute, the team, the staff, really helped me out and rehab myself to feel confident to be able to go push and train the way that I train. And in the last camp I just didn't have that, and it showed inside the octagon. I still feel like I did enough to win the fight, but it just wasn't my best performance as far as conditioning and being prepared for the fight. And this camp has been just send everything out, sending it every day. And thankful that I'm healthy. I'm here healthy. I'm happy. I'm motivated. And I'm blessed with the opportunity on Saturday to go in, get a knockout, get a bonus. And it's fighting in Vegas, so they pick me up at my house and they drop me off at the house. So it's nice. I get to see my daughter, my son, my family before the fight, and they'll be there after.
Last one for me. When people talk about the greatest fighters on earth, they usually get Khabib, John Jones, the regular names. Me and my friends often say, give me Cody Garbrandt the 25 minutes against Dominic Cruz. Is that a reason, one of the reasons why you keep believing in yourself and believing like the guy is still there and I want to keep that showing?
Yeah, for sure. I was the best fighter for 25 minutes, so it's my claim to fame, right? No, you know, it's for me, it's a desire. It's the just the grit of doing it. You know, the unknowing. You know, that's why I love this sport. You know, I was a kid that dreamed of being a world champion. That was from a small town. I was dirt poor. I had no gym. I had nothing. You know what I mean? And as a kid, you couldn't tell me that I wasn't going to be a world champion. So I was able to obtain that and do that. What to say that I can't do it again, or I can't go back on a run, or I can't, you know, find success again inside this octagon. You know, it's all about mental fortitude and overcoming adversity and just believing in yourself at the end of the day. And that's what this fight's about. You know, that fight, I have so much, you know, to look forward to in this fight. I know a lot of guys don't know, a lot of fans don't know this guy, but for me, it's the opportunity to go out and remind everybody who I am.
Hey, Cody, back here. Cody, I was wondering, you dropped some new merch last month. I was just wondering, what are those conversations when you're dropping merch on Valentine's Day when your nickname is No Love?
Yeah, you know, it was a good segue. You know, it was good. You know, No Love, and the Dime Industries was great with the artwork and got it out really fast. So they're a great company to work with, truly are. So yeah, it was kind of funny, you know. And so we kind of like played on. It was be a Valentine's gift, and it'll be a shirt for the fight. So it just kind of worked out that way.
Thank you. Cody, it might sound like a weird question, but you talked about the chaos you've had throughout your life, and now you've kind of found not having chaos, kind of that calm. Was that tough for you to embrace that, to accept that? Because a lot of times, if somebody finds that, it worries them or panics them, and they want to run from it. Like, have you kind of experienced that at all?
Yeah, for sure. I always felt like I needed some kind of chaos in my life to feel alive, you know, because I've always been, since I was a kid, my life is full of chaos, you know. So, you know, when things are going good, you're like, oh, something's going to happen. You know, you kind of have that in the back of your mind. And I didn't have that at all this camp. You know, I didn't have it all. My life is just, man, so grounded and so just rock solid that it's, I didn't have that one time like, oh, things are going well. What's going to happen? You know, like something's about to, you know, shit's about to hit the fan kind of thing. I didn't have that. So that's a great question, you know, like I feel like just, man, I'm blessed, you know, like I get to go out here and fight. I get to go out here and live a dream that this kid had growing up, that would do anything to be in this position, no matter what, where I was at in my career. You know, like I feel like I'm living on borrowed time, just taking it one day at a time, and just so thankful to be here. I truly am. You know, I love fighting for the UFC. I love going out there and you know, displaying the courage, the heart, you know, dedication inside that octagon, win, lose, or draw. And at the end of the day, my family's going to be there and love me, and we're going to, you know, bounce back from whatever happens and move forward from whatever happens on Saturday night.
Here, Cody, over here. Looking back at your career and being a former champion, have you achieved all your goals in the UFC?
You know, if I achieved all my goals in the UFC, I don't think I'd be sitting here speaking to you. For me, it's I don't know what I'd do without fighting. You know, I truly don't. There was times in my life that I needed fighting more than it needed me. You know, sometimes I always had that safe haven where I would go to the gym. Sometimes it'd be crawling back. Sometimes it'd be just, you know, needing to go to the gym for an outlet. You know, I truly believe fighting saved my life. You know, I have a lot of friends that are no longer with us, that are, you know, dead or hooked on drugs or in prison for life. You know, and I come from that. You know, my uncles, my father have been in and out of prison their whole entire life. So I truly believe fighting saved my life, gave me a purpose, you know, inside of the chaos, inside of the octagon. I feel at home. I feel at peace. You know, I think because the way that I grew up, surrounded by chaos my whole life, surrounded by violence, surrounded by a lot of negative things, I turn into a positive. And when I go inside the octagon, I'm just free, you know. And when I'm, you know, confident and healthy, there's no other place I want to be is locked in the cage and fighting for, you know, opportunity to catapult into a better position in life. That's where I'm at now.
Max, you are the BMF champion, so in a way it's kind of up to you to gauge on who's the best contenders for the belt. When you look at Charles Oliveira as a guy who's fighting for the BMF belt, how do you rate his BMF-ness, and what do you think of him as an opponent?
I think he's a BMF. I think he's fitting for sure, you know. A lot of people are making this fight to be a striker versus grappler. They got it all wrong. This guy, even he said it, you know. He was a jiu-jitsu guy before, and now he's an MMA guy, and a lot of his submission wins have been coming from striking first. He's hurting these guys on the feet, then he submitted them. So that's pretty BMF thing to do. So, you know, nothing but love for him.
You won the first fight, right? So in a way, it's like, why would you ever want the rematch? But because of the way it ended and because of what Charles Oliveira has become since then, is this a fight you wanted to run back, or is it one when they said to you, hey, do you want this? You went, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, at the end of the day, the first fight was just, it was a letdown. I'm not gonna even lie about it. You know, I think a lot of people was disappointed, and I think a lot of people don't even count it. You know, I mean, it's on the record, but it is what it is. We're here. We get to right that wrong, and I'm excited for it.
You have raised the profile of this belt amazingly, but you've made it clear that the undisputed title is the one that you still want to get your hands on. When you get that for opportunity and fight for the belt, would you hold both of them at the same time, or would you say at that point, like, hey, I'm going to give the BMF up for other people to try and fight it, and I'll be the undisputed champion?
You know, we see what happens. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. You know, it would be cool to have two of them, but I mean, they're making everybody only have one belt. So the one belt that I'm gonna drop is definitely gonna be the BMF one when we get that undisputed one. So I can't wait.
You could do an Elia and just buy both and wear them at the same time.
I got two. I got two. I actually got three of them. If you want to get crazy, I got like 5, 6 of them at home. So I don't need to buy nothing. I'm not gonna spend my money on that.
The finger point down, right, has taken on a life of its own. I feel like you always did that because, let's be honest, you're one of the coolest guys on the roster, and it's a very cool thing to do. And now we're seeing other guys do it, and it's not that cool. It's actually kind of shit when they do it. Do you feel like, hey, maybe I'm going to have to retire this thing because other guys are jacking my style and making it bad?
I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, we can't take it back. And if they're just going to keep, you know, in your words, butchering it, I mean, that's on them, you know. I think that moment transcended the sport, and it was amazing. You know, I was saying in an interview, I saw someone with my shirt on, and I was like, oh, sick shirt. And being like, oh, man, they're losing their mind was me. But then they was like telling me, I'm not even an MMA fan. I saw this clip, and then I saw your shirt at Pakistan. That's why I bought it. So that's how cool that moment was, you know. And if guys are looking for that type of moment and that type of feeling, you know, keep doing it, keep trying it.
If you are the best at doing that, who would you say is the second best in the sport? If you could pick someone who's like, they would do the finger point down the best, who would it be?
The guy who agreed to it, Justin Gaethje. He's a nutso, you know, he's crazy, and we'd have to roll with him for sure.
Max, this fight, you and Charles, 47 combined UFC wins. It's the most ever in a UFC fight. Lots of other records between you two. Does this feel like something special, just given everything you two have done in the sport?
I mean, it's amazing, right? It's amazing that we both here. I mean, I think if both of us didn't do what we did, or from that first fight, it wouldn't be nothing crazy, but it just shows longevity, you know, especially with me and him and what we're doing. Longevity, not only longevity at the highest level. I think so. Once me and him became ranked, we never ever fell out of it. You know what I mean? And then once I came ranked in the pound for pound, I don't think I even fell out of that. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's just longevity, and you know, it's just awesome to be around this sport and to be setting records like that.
UFC announced yesterday that with this fight, you're doing this gloves for good thing. Can you talk to me a little bit about this and what it means to you?
Yeah, I'm so excited for this, bro. I'm like, everybody in here watch NFL. There's this thing called My Cleats, My Claws. So I just, on a whim, I text Brian Smith. Brian Smith is the man, bro. He's the man. I text him, and I told him, bro, we need to do something like My Cleats, My Claws, and he told me, we actually was thinking of doing something, and then we came up with the idea with Gloves for Good. So now we're here with the Gloves for Good, and the Gloves for Good, what it is, it's one-on-ones, and it raises funds and awareness for local charities in Hawaii that I do, you know, Boys and Girls Club. We got another nonprofit that we're doing that we're gonna work with after this. And then I actually started a foundation, a Holloway Foundation, that we're gonna be going through and doing a bunch of stuff for the underprivileged kids in Hawaii, and a step forward, moving that way. It's just so exciting, and the way everything came together for that with Brian, with the artist and Kai. I didn't even see the gloves yet. The only time I saw it was on top of the pictures, like you guys. They didn't even. Brian been making me wait up. I'm trying to harass Brian to let me do. We got to do all that face off, that Paramount face off with each other now, which is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why. I'm going to be facing off with this guy for like 3-4 times before the actual fight now. But I'm trying to make him let me use the gloves for it. It's a one-on-one gloves, and he's like, no, I don't want to get in trouble. But I think I'm gonna go get him in trouble. I'm gonna harass him back there and tell him, let me use his damn gloves. It's gonna be so cool for the guy who wins the auction. You know what I mean, for it. And then with that, with the auction and stuff, you get to come to one of my future fights. You be my VIP. The UFC is gonna take care of you with hotels and rooms. So it's just awesome, man. As you can see, I get fired up, man, and giving back to the kids, especially the kids in Hawaii, and then especially my hometown, Hawaiian Boys and Girls Club, man. It's amazing.
That's very cool. You've been working with them for a long time, too.
Speaking of Brian Smith right there, Brian Smith, they all agreed to let me get you into trouble and use the gloves in the face-off against Oliveira. That's what they said, not me.
Max?
Just one more. This is the 5th BMF title fight now. In the first one, The Rock wrapped the belt around Masvidal. The second one, Masvidal put it on Gaethje. The third one, Mark Coleman put it on you. Fourth one, Lil Wayne put it on you. Who do you want to wrap the belt around you this time?
The true BMF. If you guys look at my shirt right now, the real BMF is my wife. I would love her to wrap the belt around me. So if everything go great there, you best believe I'm gonna be asking Dana White, be like, hey Dana, let my wife do this. She's the real BMF. Everybody think I'm the BMF, got the title. You don't want no smoke with her, I promise. You guys saw the clip. Bro. Her hand speed is ridiculous, bro. And we didn't fast forward it. There's somebody walking in the background for it. So thank the Lord that happened, because a lot of people thought we fast forward her hand speed.
I asked Charles the same question. He said he wants his father to do it. So it seems like it'll be a family affair no matter what.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I did see Charles that. If I had my way, dead or alive, I wish my grandpa could do it. I wish he was here with us and he could be seeing what I'm doing. And he probably slapped me in the back of my neck for, the things that I decided to do in my life. But we're here now,
Max, speaking of women's MMA, I have a question for you. Natalie from Rolling with the Punches. What 2 women would you like to see face off for a women's BMF title?
What 2 women?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's funny. I don't want to butcher her name. What is the ex-champ? Chinese?
Weili?
Weili, yeah, Weili for sure.
Okay.
And Weili and maybe, man, I don't know who else. I'm brain farting right now.
Everyone has said Amanda Nunes.
Amanda Nunes would be sick, but that's so big of different in weight class. But I forgot Amanda Nunes. Technically, Amanda Nunes is still retired because she didn't step in the octagon because her fight got canceled. So
Yet.
Don't take it on me, Amanda. Sorry for forgetting your name.
Thank
I don't
you,
even
Max.
want to fight her.
And then last question. How important is flexibility to you, and how does that play into your striking skills when you're fighting?
I think flexibility is super important to anybody. We're getting much older in age, so flexibility is important, and it's just day-to-day life, not even fighting. It's just everybody needs to. If you're not stretching or rolling out, do you guys a favor and please start doing that, because it catches up with us.
Thank you, Max.
Right here.
Max over here.
I don't know if you saw, but Charles did that Q&A with a bunch of Brazilian fans, and he said that for the point down, he has the option to stand and bang with you because he knows he can do that. But you don't have the option to take him down based on his skill set. You've also said it would be pretty BMF to submit the guy with the most submissions in the UFC. Are people overlooking your submission skills in the octagon?
I mean, it is what it is, I didn't get to show too much of my submission skills in the octagon anyway, but that would be pretty BMF, right? That'd be pretty BMF to go get it, submit the submission artist. That would be amazing, but, Charles can say whatever he wants. He can say whatever. I can say whatever I want. Come Saturday night, we get to find out. That's the beautiful thing about it.
And then both you and Charles with a win probably have a lot of rematches ahead of you, especially in this division. And I asked him this question, do you feel like you guys have lapped the division? Because, like I said, there's a lot of big names in front of you, but a lot of them could be second fights for you.
I mean, it is what it is, you know. I don't really think of anything. I just think of the next one. And bro, if I had to fight a guy 99 times, I'll fight a guy 99 times. I don't give a shit, you know. At the end of the day, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and the best is blessed.
Max over here. One question for me. When we look at your title fight against Topuria, I would say from all of the guys who fought him in the UFC, you did the best until the moment. What would be the biggest change you would make in the next match, seeing you would win this Saturday?
Biggest change in that match, you guys would have to wait and see. You know what I mean? Of course, we take him down, but right now, how much time you guys was here, and Charles Oliveira was people's opponents, and you guys was asking them about the future, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I have this grand scheme of things and everything, and then they end up being on the bad side of a decision or a finish. So I don't want to be that guy, you know. Right now we got Charles Oliveira. He's a killer. He's a legend, and I'm just focused on him right now.
Good luck this Saturday.
Thank you, brother.
Hi, Max. You've often talked about Las Vegas being the ninth island, and we know that you haven't fought in Hawaii during your UFC tenure, but my question to you is, does fighting in Las Vegas feel at all like fighting a home fight?
Oh, for sure. This is the ninth island for a reason. It's going to be a very pro-Hawaiian card come Saturday night. You're going to see the Hawaiian flags flying up there. It's going to be insane. And yeah, you know, it sucks I couldn't fight in Hawaii, but next best thing is Las Vegas. There's a bunch of locals here. I mean, every corner you go around here, there's a Hawaii barbecue spot. So, you know, we're not that far from home. And I tell you this much, the taxes, if I was fighting in Hawaii and I got my ass taxed there, I'd be pretty sad. So the taxes up here in Las Vegas is nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
Gregory, right here. It's not often, fighters get these rematches after being knocked out in the first fight so soon after the first fight. So I guess, was this a fight that you had wanted, or had you moved past it, or did you think, because Brunno was in here and you said the fight made sense now because you both need opponents, but did you want this fight back against Brunno?
Yeah, this fight completely makes sense. Brunno is coming with a good career, good wins, and the matchmakers do an amazing job. I like it, and they offer the fight. It's not a fight like, oh man, why you pick this fight? What? But man, I want to be the champion of this division, and if I want to be a champion, I need to beat everyone, right? And then I remember my first interviews when I got in the UFC was like, I will do a solid foundation and then I started building up, and then I already lose, win, and now I'm gonna do a rematch. So yeah, man, I just believe that God's gonna prepare me for everything, and this fights go in the perfect time. I was asking to be in this card, the amazing card, and yeah, man, I'm so excited.
What have you made of his career since that victory? Because he's obviously had a couple win streaks. He had the loss in the middle, but you're still ranked above him in the UFC.
Yeah, that show who I am, man. Probably that night when he get the win against me was the best night of his life. I hope he enjoy it, because the next one is gonna be completely different.
Is there any fear, because the last fight he missed weight, he said he's had some struggle making weight and he's had to slim down a lot, be smaller before weight. So how do you think his power will translate in your fight, knowing that he's coming in probably lighter than usual?
Brother, I don't care about this, man. I don't care about his power. I don't care about nothing. I'm just gonna do what I can do. I can control the situation. So I hope he can make weight and be healthy, because that's gonna be a good fight.
And just last one for me. What do you make of the middleweight division right now? There's another big middleweight fight on this card, but the champion doesn't have a fight. Dricus doesn't have a fight. Sean just won. Brendan Allen doesn't have a fight. What do you make of, as Brunno said, it's kind of a mess right now in middleweight?
Yeah, no, I mean, everything has to changes, right? And the division starts changing. That's good. That's good for us. It's coming to the top of the division. And I'm happy to fight against a Brazilian guy as well, because we just put the Brazil again in the top of the division, and that's nice. But yeah, man, I don't know. I'll do my work. So I like the division, how that moves started doing, and I will get this opportunity to put my name in the top of the division, and sooner or later I will fight for the belt.
Gregory, right here. Good to see you, brother.
What's up, my man? I just sent you money a couple.
I know, right? Thank you. I did want to ask, having your camp at the same time as Reinier, who's also on the card, can you just talk about it? Obviously, this is going to be a big night, big numbered event for Kill Cliff as a team.
Yeah, we have a Reinier, we have a Michael Johnson, so that feels like a sparring day. That's great. Be with Reinier, with all my guys, the coach, Henry, all the team is here. So yeah, that feels like home. So that would be good. That would be a good night for us.
Is there ever any talk, because obviously there's a lot of good middleweights, a lot of guys in big fights at middleweight coming out of Kill Cliff. Is it ever a struggle hey, there's just a bunch of us, maybe UFC wants us to fight each other sooner than we would want? Does that ever come up?
Oh man, I think you have a lot of guys to fight, before we start fighting each other. So, but all of us is professional guys who have a family to take care. So if that can happen in the future, probably it's gonna be for the gold. Without that, I think it's not make sense we fight each other.
And then my final question, you talked about after the fight with Jared Cannonier, going into that fight, I have his pictures in my house and everything and all that. You said afterward, no, I'm not doing that. What did that loss teach you in terms of how you want to focus, maybe separate, work and home and fighting and from just being with your family and everything?
Yeah, I do this with the pictures. Sometimes I do, sometimes not. But It's nothing like, But that fight was amazing. For sure, nobody want to lose, but that teach me a lot. That teach me how to enjoy more the process. Like that was my first main event. I should enjoy much more, and enjoy being inside the octagon. And now I start like get this feeling on me. I can see like, man, I just turned 34 last month, and man, the fight career is not go that long. It's short time, for you lose the time to think about this, think about that. So now, I'm happy to be here. I'm glad to do what I choose to do, and yeah. So that's what I learned about patience, about enjoy more the process, and enjoy the fight, the 15 minutes or 25 minutes, doesn't matter, and get ready for this, especially not just my physical, but especially on my mind.
Good luck, man.
Thank you, man. All good? Thank you, guys.
You Kenny?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? Oh, Rob, I would ask this to Raul when he was in here. I felt like, this fight was announced a long time ago, and then it was fell through and then booked and rebooked and everything. So how does it feel to finally be a few days away from getting past this Raul Rosas chapter of your life?
Man, it's been a while. His name got brought up when I was supposed to fight Dominic Cruz. Cruz got injured. They threw his name out there. For about a week, I thought I was fighting him, and then it didn't happen. And then I show up to Vegas, and I finally for Calvin's fight, and then I finally get Matsumoto. He's been on my radar since then. And then obviously we got the fight booked, it was kind of weird how the fight happened. I was out at one of Calvin's fights, and it was in Tennessee. And then I ended up going to Texas just to check out the training at Kingsway, and I was supposed to be there for 2 weeks. Then we got the call to fight Raul in San Antonio, which is about an hour away from Austin. It was about 4 weeks out. I was like, do I fly back up to Boston and drive to Montreal? Do I just stay down here? Finally made a decision to stay down there and train, and then the opponent switched. Then from there I was like, this is a mistake. I was like, but I went through with it. We wanted to keep the fight going, wanted to fight, and but looking back, it's like maybe sometimes it's better to say no. But it is what it is. I lost that fight. Martinez looked good. He looked good last week as well, so it doesn't hurt as bad. And then obviously we rebooked this fight, so I'm excited, man. It's been a while.
Is it the name value that he brings? Because outside of the champion top 5, he has to be one of the more popular fighters on the roster.
100%. He has that buzz going on. I said not too long ago, I haven't fought anybody with this much buzz. I fought, say champs and legends like Aldo, but it didn't feel like this, and this feels pretty big.
Is it a weird, his audience is so young. A bunch of them probably only watch him fight. Has it felt weird preparing for this?
A little bit. I was on Google trying to learn all the new lingo. Make sure I'm up to date. But
forget that.
But yeah, no, it's the young boys game, and it is what it is. I'm excited though. I've been purposely getting around the young kids in the gym and feeling that energy and just hanging around them and trying to steal some of their youth.
What do you make of his skill set in there? Because obviously we've seen him have all these submissions, and he's obviously a high-level grappler. He hasn't really had that opportunity to show off his striking, which obviously you're very good at. So what are you expecting from him in there?
Yeah, I think he's going to be aggressive the first 2 minutes. I do think he's going to stand with me a lot longer than people are giving him credit for. I do think that he gets tired. I don't get tired in fights. Even when I'm getting beat up, I still couldn't push a pace. I do believe he gets tired. I do believe that I'm going to be a lot more calm and collected when it gets chaotic in there. I just got to make sure I don't give him anything. Don't get clipped with anything stupid. Force him to take bad shots. Get him to panic wrestle and make him pay.
And I remember when you were getting ready to fight Adrian, you put to bed that narrative of this is a guy. I'm not fighting a young guy anymore.
Yeah.
He's a full-grown man.
Yeah.
This is very much the opposite. Raul was 7 when you made your pro debut. So what is it like fighting a guy that's just so significantly younger than you?
Yeah, it's different. It's the first time. Somebody tagged me in the post the other day. I made my debut out here in 2014. He was his 10th birthday, I think it was something like that, with a birthday cake. So I'm like, shit, yeah. I'm starting to feel like the unk out here, But it's cool, man. I like the role. I don't mind it. It's part of the process, I was the younger guy. Well, not that young, but I was when Marlon Moraes gave me a shot, and I took advantage of it, and then right after that, I got the big fight with Cody Garbrandt. So like that's just the process, just the way the business goes, and yeah, it is what it is.
And I was looking at your resume, and you're like in the top 5 for a lot of bantamweight records, like second most knockouts, third most finishes, third most fights, third most significant strikes. Like,
Let's go.
do you feel like a veteran in there now, or do you still feel like in your prime and you could be fighting for the
With
belts?
this fight, I feel like the veteran. I even think I got the record for the biggest age gap in from opponent. I think somebody, I don't know, I did an interview. Somebody told me that I think the biggest is me and Raul, and then I think it was Chase Hooper and Guida.
Jason Jim Miller was pretty.
Yeah, there goes that. So I think yeah, so it's pretty cool. We're still breaking records, man. We're still breaking records.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Salud.
Rob,
what up, brother?
How was this camp? Because obviously there's a lot of Latinos in your team, and then it seems like they throw you all the Mexicans like last week. And
Yeah.
so how was this camp like training? How was the energy to fight? And guys like they're gonna bring the fight. They're gonna shove it in your face and try.
Yeah, no, this camp was great. I spent 5.5 weeks in Montreal. There's nothing to do in the wintertime, so it was just training, sleep, and back to training. They rolled the red carpet out for me out there in TriStar. They want to see me do well. They want to, say obviously get my hand raised, and obviously, my brother Calvin's always out there making sure I'm taken care of. Rob Rivas is always stepping up, and yeah, it's been a great camp.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, brother. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
What's up, guys?
Well, Cody, we just kind of recently saw you last month, so I guess how's the turnaround been, like health-wise, physically? Was there any thought of possibly staying out longer, or did you just, you wanted to get right back in there after your last performance?
I feel good. I've never had a thought to stay out longer. I feel like anytime they call me, they know I'm going to say yes and, try to put on an entertaining fight. But yeah, I like it. I come from a wrestling background. We're wrestling every week, multiple times a week. Sometimes the hardest thing about fighting is you fight and then you got to sit on it for 4 or 5 months. And, it's nice to be able to turn around in 4 weeks and try to correct some mistakes from my last one.
Well, I was going to ask that. It seems like former wrestlers are the ones that want these like quick turnarounds because they're so used to it. So do you think that gives you an edge over maybe other fighters that they're only fighters and they need that 12, 14-week camp and you know what it's like to turn around on like multiple days of notice?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that contribute. I think my weight's always pretty good. I stay in good shape. I don't cut a ton of weight so that I can stay ready for opportunity. The wrestling background, the grind of college wrestling definitely helps a ton. It prepares you. I'm never really too beat up. I hurt. Everybody's hurting. Fighting hurts, but I'm never too injured, and I've been fortunate that way. Knock on wood. But yeah, I love staying active. Even when I was coming up on the regional scene as an amateur, I just always wanted to fight. I feel like fighting is a great job, but you're not here for a long time. So try to get as much as you can and try to grow and get better in the cage. I think that's the best way, learning on the job. So. Yeah, fortunate to have another one and excited to get in there.
What do you make of your opponent, Donte? Because obviously not a lot of tape on him. I'm sure you've heard it all, like 100% finish rate. It's not every day we get a young prospect at media day like himself. So what do you make of his skill set and his kind of the push the UFC seems to be making behind him?
Yeah, it makes sense. He's super talented, very explosive, dangerous fighter, super well-spoken. Seems like a good dude. I don't know a ton about him. I've been that kid. I've been the 26-year-old, undefeated, finished everybody, and then I got to the UFC. I think growing up in the UFC is hard, and they obviously recognize that he has a lot of talent. If they're matchmaking me, this is my 15th UFC fight, and this is his second, so obviously they see something, and it's my job to not let somebody build a name off me, but for sure, all the credit in the world to him. He's super talented and excited to get in there.
The last few years is like your fights have just been like something was weird is always kind of happening. So I guess what's it like mentally to kind of like a lot of it's out of your control, right? So how do you kind of flip that switch to kind of get past it? Because a lot of fighters, it dwells on them and it eats at them. But I feel like every fight we were leaving, and it's like, oh, something's weird's happening with Cody again.
Yeah. It would be great to be like, I don't dwell on it, but I do. And I think that's some of the issues maybe I've had in my career is. There's a lot of ups and downs, a lot of weird things that a lot of times are out of my control. And it would be great to sit here and talk to you guys and be like, oh, I don't let it bother me. It plays no effect in my mental, but that would be a lie. It definitely does. And, you just hope that you can kind of overcome those things. I feel like for me, it's never really been a physical issue. I think in all of my fights, there's glimpses of, okay, this kid's talented. But, yeah, it's just overcoming some of the mental hurdles. And, that's 90% of the game. So if you can't do that, it's going to be hard to stick around. Hopefully this one, we figure some shit out.
Has that been frustrating in the sense that, like, how good you are, but, like, you haven't been able to either put it together or show it in the octagon?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's the most frustrating. I feel like if I lacked physical ability, it would be something that's like, okay, well, we just need to get better here. We need to work harder, or the mental side of things is a lot harder to address. And, I've done a lot of work on that as well. I've done, I've met with sports psychologists. I've worked with mental performance coaches. And me being in the UFC as long as I have is kind of a testament to that. I feel like if I hadn't done that, who knows if I would have stuck around as long as I have. And yeah, I'm excited to get in there and try to prove it. I tell you guys every time, this time I'm gonna show up, and sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. So hopefully we can start a streak, but just get some consistency. That would be great.
Do you think the UFC kind of recognizes that too, that you are better than maybe your last several fights have been because you get these opportunities on these big cards?
Yeah, I would imagine. I think they know that I come to fight. I'm a finisher. I'll go out on my shield, and I bring it. I compete super hard, and I feel like that I've been here 15 fights really speaks to that they know, like, hey, we've seen glimpses. We haven't seen a complete performance, but there's something there. We got to keep this guy around. And the other thing is, I'm always down. I'm always down to fight and really fight, not just show up. Like, I show up to fight, and I think that goes a long way.
And last one for me. Did I see you're having a baby girl in July? So congratulations. How excited are you and the family over that?
Super pumped. 3 girls. I think I'm done. I don't think I want 4 girls, and that seems like the way it's trending. But no, I'm pumped, man. I have 2 daughters already, and I know how to do girls. Boys are a little scary. You know, boys come home one day and they're like, I think I could beat my dad's ass. My girls will never do that, hopefully. So, yeah, excited for that.
Why do you think fighters always have girls? Like John Jones, Anthony Smith, Volkanovski, it's all girls.
You know, I saw something that said it's because you have high testosterone, but I think that's a load of crap. I actually think, well, there's a whole bunch of science behind it, but I think stress leads to more girls, right? I think boys are more fragile, so the more stressful your life is, the more likely you're going to have girls, and being a UFC fighter is, you know, I would put it up there pretty high with the stress factor for sure.
Hey, Cody back here. To piggyback off of that, being a girl dad, do you see the day when they want to bring the boyfriends over and you're like, nah, come here. We're about to watch some highlights so you know what you're messing with?
You know, it sounds good to say that, but I'm just hoping I raise smart, strong girls that make good decisions, man, and then I won't have to worry about it, you know. So there's definitely a piece of me that's like, man, I got to let these kids know, but hopefully my daughters will let them know before I have to, so we can avoid that whole interaction.
Cody, from my vantage point, it seems that you have an air of fearlessness about you when in the octagon. Would it be safe to say that at times you throw caution to the wind? And if so, can you talk about that?
Yeah, for sure. You know, respect everybody, fear none, but that's how I am, man. I fight, caution to the wind's a good way to put it. Sometimes we come up with these great plans in the back, and it's like, hey, man, we're going to drill this plan for 12 weeks, and then I just kind of say fuck it and piss my coaches off and just try to, you know, get the guy out of there in 30 seconds. And I don't know what that is, man. I don't know if it's anxiety of like, man, I got to get the hell out of here. Because there's been fights, you know, where I'm winning and I make poor decisions just for hunting a finish to get out of there. And yeah, I don't know what that is. We're trying to fix it, you know. But again, that's part of the reason I'm here. You know, I throw caution to the wind. I'm down to fight. And I think this is the entertainment business. My fights aren't always like the most technical, but I don't think anyone can look at them and be like, they're not fun to watch. So it's how do you have a little more caution, but still keep that fearlessness, you know? So that's kind of what we're working on. And 15 fights deep, maybe we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
There's been all these different eras throughout the UFC, Spike era, ESPN, Fox, and now CBS. Your fight will be on CBS, kind of a historic moment. I mean, have you thought about that, and what does that mean to you?
Not really. You know, when I was checking in, Dean told me like one day you'll be on Jeopardy, so that's pretty cool. But I fought on ABC, CBS, ESPN, Paramount. The resume gets longer and longer. It's definitely cool. I know one day I'll look back and be like, man, we were doing some cool shit. You lived a cool life, but in the moment, you know, it's just like, hey, how can I make it in this sport longer? You know, I don't want to be done, and so yeah, I'm not too focused on it, but yeah, it's a cool thing for sure. Cool. Thanks, guys.
get a beard trim. Cut the beard.
No, I'm growing it back, but I cut it off for the Allen matchup.
You've been doing this for a while now, under the TKO banner and everything like that. If you could tell me what's the biggest difference from when you started to leading up to Power Slap 18 this week, what's the biggest difference that you're experiencing?
A lot more people know what it is and are getting involved in it, and whether it be competitors or fans. So it's growing a lot more.
Was that something you expected to happen, or is it a nice surprise for you to actually go out and people recognize you and appreciate what you're actually doing?
It's a surprise. I mean, this ain't for everybody. Some people don't like it, some people do. So it's a surprise whether they like it or not that they've actually watched it.
Has anyone actually come up to you and criticized it to your face yet?
No, nobody's criticized it to me, but like just online and stuff.
In terms of an athletic performance, now you've been doing this for quite some time, do you feel any different? I mean, it sounds a bit weird when the people slap you or when you're actually in there competing. Do you feel a difference physically now that you've done this so many times?
I mean, just like any UFC fighter. I mean, as you get older and you take more damage, you learn that you can't take as much as you used to. So I mean, I guess that's where I'm getting to, where I get rocked easily more and more now than I did beforehand.
Is that concerning? Are you a bit like, oh shit, I'm going to get knocked out soon?
One day, not yet though.
What's the goals for this one coming up?
My goal is try to get it done in 2. I mean, I give Crazy Wine, he's he's been around just as long as I have. He's a stand-up guy, so it's gonna be a tough one.
So quick one right here. When Power Slap first started, it was a lot of fans maybe viewed it as a novelty thing. Like they didn't quite understand it. And I interviewed a few guys in Abu Dhabi, and they say they're starting to be recognized as Power Slap athletes, and now fans might have their favorite Power Slap athletes being treated as a sport now. So have you noticed that too, that fans are now kind of viewing you guys and grouping you guys as athletes and having their favorites and collecting the cards and shirts and everything?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's I've noticed people like I'm trying to think, was it Hot Topic or somewhere we went to, and they were selling the shirts like on off the wall and stuff, with some of our faces on there from Head Rush. So I mean, it's pretty neat to see people wearing that stuff and buying that stuff. So I didn't think it would get this far. So
hopefully you get some kickback from it.
Ron over here. So coming off what Dana White said is the greatest match in Power Slap history, they're saying this is the biggest match coming up. The BMF titles in the UFC is going to be contested here, big fight week in Vegas. Does this feel like the biggest matchup of your career?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Crazy Juan's, a big name for Power Slap. I mean, and I give credit to him. Yeah, it feels like a big matchup for me, or for Power Slap in general. I still like, me personally, I mean, the Crazy Juan and Dumpling was still my favorite one just because I remember watching Dumpling before I got started. So, but this is a close second.
We talk about in MMA all the time, certain fights can change athletes, even if they come away with the win. And that matchup against Allen was obviously very intense, lots of damage. Do you feel like that match changed you as a competitor in the sport?
No, it just made me realize, how lucky I am to still get to be competing, still get calls to come back. So I enjoyed every bit of it up there with them, and I hope the same thing for me and Crazy Juan this matchup.
Have you had a chance to talk to Allen since the matchup? Because obviously it's probably right now the most anticipated rematch in the history of the promotion.
Yeah, we've talked, off and on, whether it be on the phone or even in person whenever we landed here in Vegas, yeah, I get along with him. He's looking forward to the rematch. He was hoping it was going to happen immediately. I mean, I was too, because I wanted to solidify my win rather than get it from the judges. But we'll get through Friday and see how that goes.
I think another matchup people probably want to see is you against Turp Daddy Slim. He's obviously a pretty polarizing, boisterous figure in the sport. Is that one that kind of sits with you that you want to get back one day?
No, honestly. I mean, I his face was pretty bad the first time. The second time he missed weight, and I completed myself to make weight, and Then we had to go to heavyweight, so that match not interesting to me.
Obviously, your opponent was a lot bigger at some point. He's obviously coming down in weight, but still obviously a big guy. When you're preparing for a guy that was that big, does your preparation change at all, or is it pretty much the same?
It makes me know that he's going to be stronger. I mean, you're used to carrying around that much weight. I mean, I figured he'd be stronger. So I mean, I'm just bracing for one of the heaviest hits I've taken.
You said people are starting to recognize you more, but back in Gassville, Arkansas, you have to be the biggest star there, right?
I do get recognized back home, or when we travel outside to Branson and stuff. But yeah, I mean, more recognized here.
And then just a couple from me, last ones for me. You're known for your boots. You wear your boots on stage. As your career has progressed, have the boots gotten more expensive, or do you stick to one pair?
No, I mean, I still stay with the same pair until that pair, starts falling apart. So I'm working on my second pair right now. So
Your love of golf, you also golf in the boots. But can we expect to see you in any long drive competitions anytime soon?
No, I'm more of just like in power slide. I'm more accurate than I am hitting the ball further or hitting, people harder. So.
And if you had to give up one, golf or tobacco, what would it be?
Oh, golf. I ain't giving up tobacco.
All right, thank you.
I was wondering, we talk about the moving into the mainstream with the popularity. Have you seen the sport kind of go to the mainstream in terms of training, things like that? Is there different training methods? Is there cryo? Is there sports psychologist things coming into the sport now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Brandon Bordeaux, you got Babyface. You got a bunch of different guys that have their own training techniques, and they train the new athletes. Or Robert Trujillo, they all train the new ones that come in, and they're showing them different techniques. So more or less, it's somebody trying to gas a lot of different training things that I enjoy watching people do.
And then has there been a celebrity interaction on social media or something, or in person, that you've been like, whoa, that was crazy?
I've met a lot of the TikTok people and the video people. My kids know who they are. I don't, but my kids are like, oh man, when they see my video with them, so they get excited about it. I don't really come out of hiding once I leave here.
Do you have somebody that would be you'd get starstruck for?
I still want to meet Chuck Liddell one day. So.
Wolverine back here, straight up. How's it going?
How's it going?
I'm wondering, pre-Power Slap, you and the Crazy Hawaiian, I believe, both started, had your first matches on the same day. Do I have that correct?
Yes, sir.
I was going to say, do you remember seeing him, running into him, anything like that back then?
Oh, yeah. We talked. He went against the Hillbilly Hippie, I believe. They went 20 rounds, and then I was in a heavyweight tournament, so I had multiple matches in one night.
What does it mean to you that, obviously things are very different now for both of you guys. Just when you think about that journey, how do you put that into words to start there? And, you guys are obviously going to have quite a different stage on Friday.
To start at a bar and, work all the way up to, here in Vegas, big old crowd. I mean, it's amazing to watch, the growth of where we came from to where we are now, and nobody knew who the hell I was back then, and I get recognized quite a bit nowadays.
This might sound odd, but because you're obviously one of the biggest names in it, but do you kind of wish you maybe got into it, it took off maybe a little bit sooner for you, because you've been such a big part of growing this before it had all the attention?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wish it was sooner. I mean, I'd be younger. I'd probably be able to take more shots better. So, but I mean, I still enjoy watching it regardless whether I'm competing or not.
Kind of related to it, you're one of the few guys who has MMA experience. Is it weird that hey, you get to come to the UFC thing, you're part of UFC Media Day, and ironically it's for slap, not MMA?
Yeah, that was, when I was doing MMA, obviously meeting Dana and, everybody wants to get there. I knew I wasn't good enough with MMA. I mean, I was terrible at it, but to get there doing power slap, it's pretty crazy.
And then finally, if I'm not mistaken, you had retired briefly before your last match. Obviously, with this one being such a big legacy one, and just Do you feel like you got a few more? Do you feel like you're just taking it one at a time at this stage?
I wanted to do 2 more, one with Crazy Wine, and then I know they're setting up a #1 contender matchup. So I wanted to do 2 more, and then I wanted to be done. I told them I needed to come out because I had personal issues at home. So, and they take care of me good enough. So, you know, I wanted to come back and get a couple more wins and then be done.
Good luck.
Thank you.
One of the criticisms I've heard about Power Slap is that the judging seems to be so inconsistent from one slapper to the next one. Do you feel that there's a problem with that, and what can be done to help make consistency more a thing within the different matches?
I mean, I've noticed it, you know, here and there, but I mean, overall it's pretty well, you know, rounded. I think some matches they just slip more than others, but I think if they just keep going, they've already started going to the review board more. So, I mean, I think they just keep doing that. It'll be great.
Real quick, who do you have between Allen and Logan?
I think that's going to be a tough matchup. Obviously, I want Allen because I want the rematch with him afterwards. But, you know, I mean, Luke's also a young guy and he's strong, you know, so that's a 50-50 for me.